going to call to order the regular meeting of the Village Energy Task Force, Friday, January 10th, 2020 at 12 o'clock, based on that clock, which is wrong, but that's okay. And I'd ask everybody to please turn off your cell phones or electronic devices. Anything that'll make a noise, please turn it off or silence it or something, please. Excuse me? Acknowledgement of the media. I don't see anybody out there that would be considered to be media. Anybody out there that's media, please raise your hand. Guess not. Okay. I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda. As anyone knows, that on the task force that I've sent emails out, I'm going to be moving 15 to up to right after 6. So I'd like to have a motion to approve the agenda with that change.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Okay, do you want to add something about naming a president, a chair for this committee? Is that in here somewhere? Are we doing that today? Number 15?
15.
Okay, so,
That's what I
okay.
said.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
I sent an email out, and I told everybody I'm going to move this up from 15 to 6. or
Oh,
after
that's what
6.
I missed. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. I didn't hear it all.
Whoa, I got a comment. Under consent, there should be a statement, none, other than right now, items 8 through 13 basically are under consent, and that's not correct.
Okay, what do we want to do? What do we want to move anything out of the
Either add
consent?
the word none, okay?
The consent calendar right now does not include 8 through 13? I believe it does.
If it does, then I should request that we take all of those items off the discussion.
Okay, so you want to discuss each one of these items
I-
separately?
I do.
And not put it in the consent calendar?
Correct.
Okay. This meeting has now gone to 6 o'clock. You realize that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, just saying. So, besides the fact we've got,
Motion is to remove items 8 through 13 off the consent calendar and for discussion.
How can you do that without even approving the agenda?
Well, that is when you do it. You take stuff off the consent.
First,
No.
move it and second it, and then in the discussion part, you do that. You just don't do
okay,
it in random.
let's approve the agenda, and then we will basically go back and relocate things on this calendar.
That's
So,
against
did I have
Robert's
a
rules.
motion?
Move your request, we need a second.
Need a second to approve the agenda.
Not in a committee, but that's okay. We'll get one.
Okay, John Frankel was the second.
Now you can discuss
Okay.
it, move it, do whatever you want.
So, any discussion? The discussion that I have right now is the fact that I want to move 15 to after 6.
So you want to make it 6A?
I want to make it 6A.
Okay.
And I believe that Bert would like to take all of those items off of the consent calendar and address
them,
them individually. 8 through
Discuss and
13.
consider. Can we call them that, Lori?
Yeah.
Can we
Discuss
call
and
them
consider.
You
discuss and
just pull
consider?
them from the consent calendar for discussion, so they'll
put
stay
'em-
where they are, numbered how they
Right,
are.
exactly.
And then we'll
Okay.
just discuss
The
them.
regular, okay,
Yeah.
that'll work, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, based on those changes, can I get an acknowledgement? Anybody dissent that change?
Nope. It's approved.
Okay, it's approved by acknowledgement. Okay, then approval of the meeting report for September 4th, 2019. If everybody remembers what happened September 4th, 2019, then you got better memories than me. Let's approve the minutes of meeting from September 4th. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Anybody disagree?
No.
Okay. Then that's done. Moving right along. Chairman's remarks. At this particular point in time, as everyone knows, I'm the vice chair, and I want to make sure that we put a new chair forward for this year. There's some talk about this particular committee going to various different types of formats or what have you. I've heard various different things, either being on the VMS. People are having conniptions about the fact, oh, it should be under GRF. I'm not going to get into the politics of this at that particular point in time. All I know right now is that, as I mentioned in my emails to everybody on this task force, I feel that this task force needs somebody that has the fire in the belly and the wherewithal to basically lead it as a chairperson. And there are a couple of people on this task force that I feel that could do that job better than me. So, as I mentioned before, we will be doing a vote for the new chair. I will be then, at that particular point in time, taking nominations, and then we're going to pass around a ballot, and then we will count the ballots for that particular individual. It may be that only one person gets the name put forward. I don't know. Once the name is put forward, that person will acknowledge whether or not they're willing to serve in that capacity. According to our according to our charter for this task force, that person can be an advisor or a director. That's the way we agreed originally when we put that thing together, because of the nature of this task force being a task force that just does a lot of reviews and comes up with various different things. We send everything to the M&C committees of the various different groups. So at this particular point in time, all we do is a lot of talking in here. So as a result of that, we felt that that was okay, and that was the charter that was put forward by Bill Walsh at the time, who was chair of this committee, and then everybody agreed to that charter. So that's what we're going to do. And if anybody changes that charter, that's another story altogether. I'm not going to go down that road right now. In addition to that, Mr. Bert Moldow, and there are everybody on the task force has been given a copy of this. It says energy tasks. This is Bert's idea of what we should be addressing this year. We're not going to go into it today. We got a full agenda, but I think everybody should be aware of the fact, and I'm in full agreement with many of these things. These are discussion items. These are things that we should be probably looking forward to in the future, at least for this year. At least we'd be looking forward to it. So if you don't have a copy of it, there's copies up here. And so be aware of the fact that these are things. And I would suggest that you review this for the next task force meeting. And if you have any additions, changes, recommendations, or what have you, we'll try to get it on the agenda for the next meeting to see where we're going to go. But this meeting is just really, as it is right now, it's going to go to 6 o'clock. So I just wanted to just put forward that these are the items that, and I think these items are very good items to address for this year. And as I said, these is Bert's ideas. If you have some additional ideas or changes or whatever, okay, please comment on it. Send those comments to myself and the new chair, whoever that shall be, and we'll go forward from there. Let's see now, what else was there? With that, I think we'll go on to item number 6, which was member comments. Anything that's not on the agenda, and it's, considering the agenda that we have, I don't think there's many things that we would be having member comments on. Did you have a list of people?
I have 2 speakers.
Okay.
The first one is Manuel Armendariz.
Okay.
Morning. I'm here to bring up some points that I feel are very important, need to be addressed by this committee, and hopefully provide some answers, and definitely to provide some positive corrective action on some of these. What I want to point out is that we've had 2 solar projects here done, one by United, the other by Third. The United one involved a $3.7 million project. The one for Third was a $2.2 million project. And so far, the only financial results that I've been able to get on the earnings on those 2 projects have not been very good. And it's only for the first year. In February, this will be the 3rd year that this project has been available to produce this energy. In the first year for United, we only earned a 1.02% return. In Third, it was a negative return. It was a negative return of $52,000. we would have been definitely better off with that money in the bank right now than to have spent it on these two projects. I've continually asked for information for the last 2 years on the United project, and it still hasn't been generated. And what I see in these reports of the electricity production, but no numbers, no dollar amounts. And so, and then in the annual accomplishments in the past year, solar panel production was one of the big accomplishments. So everything that you see that's given to the members out there regarding these two projects all seems to indicate that the projects are doing well, and that's not the case. So we need some answers to these things, and why is it that the results are so poor? Two primary reasons. One, we were not entitled to solar credits, which would have been 30%. And the other is that the charges by Southern California Edison in connection with these programs is horrendous. In third, for example, the charges were like 147, I got the number right here. The charges were $124,000, and the electricity generated, the value of it was $71,000. So that was $52,000 more than the benefit we got from the system. So somebody needs to go to Southern California Edison and renegotiate this whole situation. Then a VMS needs to bring the financial information on these projects up to date. And then it needs to be monitored every single month and reported with the financial results that are already given to all the members. So those are my comments having to do with those two projects. The other thing I wanted to focus on is the money that's being spent with consultants on reviewing charging stations for electric vehicles. According to the information in your report today, there's only 108 electric vehicles in the whole community versus 15,000
Time is up.
fuel-powered vehicles. What's that? Stop my time, please. Stop my time.
It's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Point of order, both of these things are on the agenda and should not be in member comments.
Well,
Right.
my comment there is that I don't know why we're wasting money on this when it's going to be years, probably not even our lifetime, where maybe electric vehicles may be a greater quantity than our fuel-powered vehicles. Why should we be even wasting any time with our consultants on this? So that's what I question there. Perhaps maybe we ought to look into the possibility of having charging stations on a per-profit basis. That would make some sense. But why should we settle the members here with subsidizing a structure here for the benefits of the minority of the members?
We do that all the time.
The other thing I wanted to,
Please conclude
I
your
think we're
remarks.
basically, the 3 minutes is up right now.
Please conclude your remarks.
pardon?
Please
Wait.
conclude your remarks.
Okay.
You can
Last
come
I-
back up when we get to that
Okay,
agenda
the last
item.
item is I've got a lot of questions from members in third about the streetlights. I haven't seen any information on that. I think you need to provide that.
I believe street
What's the
lighting will
benefits?
be
What's the cost
discussed
of
at
it?
this
What are the
meeting.
benefits?
Street lighting is being discussed at this meeting. Thank you for your comments.
At English 2022, the Mariposa. First of all, I'd like to say I agree with what Manny has just said on the solar. And then I would like to say that in my opinion, this is not a legitimate organization that you have here. It's not been approved by GRF or any of the other boards. And not only that, it has not been approved by our attorney. So I think as much as I respect and like each and every one of you, I think you should just forget it until the issue of just exactly what this organization is resolved. Thank you.
Should we just get up and go home?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. But under the circumstances right now, for any of those specific items with regard to solar and what have you, we've already purchased the solar plants. The solar plants are working at whatever levels that they're supposed to be working at. And yes, we could possibly provide information as to what we're actually seeing as a result. Seeing as a result of that particular thing, but, you know, it's water under the bridge. 3 years ago, we put it in, we did it for all the right reasons, and maybe it's not providing as much, but you know what? Not everything happens the way you think it's going to happen. With regard to our organization here, we have a charter. It was approved by all of the boards. I'm going to say this for the last time because I'm not going to be sitting in this seat after this. And as a result of that, we are a legitimate organization based on all the boards, based on our charter that we put together that everybody agreed to. So under the circumstances right now, this is becoming a really old story. Anyway, next on the agenda.
You want any other comments on this, just to clear the
Yeah,
air
I
here?
got a few.
Huh?
Go ahead, Bill. Go
Yeah.
first.
Manny, I suggest you attend a third mutual finance committee meeting, and I would suspect either this month or next month, you will get a year's worth of dollar amounts from from the finance committee meeting. They've already got 3/4 of it, and they're at about a little over $100,000 return on the third mutual solar installation for a year, for 12 months. And so they should report on the fourth quarter, so it'll give you a whole annual report. The solar panels in third, for a complete year, I believe it was from 2018 through 2019, or for the year 2018 or 2019, produced about 1 million kilowatt hours of electricity. When it was proposed to produce about between 1.5 and 1.7 kilowatts, okay? So you're down there. We have contacted Solar Optimum to have a look at this reporting and what's going on with those numbers, to see if there's some problems in there with the amount of electricity that's produced. I would guess this year is going to probably show you that we produced about $120,000 worth of electricity out of the solar installation in third, okay? Now, we were hoping to get around 200,000, okay? The other thing that people need to really understand is that SCE changed the rules of the game after we installed this.
Right.
The first thing they did to us was they went to the CPUC, and we actually, myself, I wrote many emails to the CPUC advocacy group saying, this is going to kill us. You're going to charge us for the installation of software at Southern California Edison so they can do automatic billing of our net metering, and we're going to pay $50,000 out of our pocket for that. And we didn't have any control over it. And the CPUC, they literally went into a closed session for about half an hour to discuss this. And they came back and said, no, we're going to approve Southern California Edison request. And so we got slammed with a $50,000 bill that we could do nothing about. The second thing is they threw, they actually, all of this came out of meter charges. And today, I think we're at $2.79 per meter. And in net metering, we had to distribute all of this energy we're producing over something like, in third, we had to spread it out over about 250 to 400 meters. And that adds up over a period of a year. So a lot of this shortfall, particularly the first year, is at the hands of Southern California Edison. So I would suggest we watch over the next couple of years. We were hoping that we would get our return on investment in about 12 years. It looks like it's probably going to take more like 15 to 16 years to get return on investment at the rate this is going. Now, that doesn't include any rate increases by Southern California Edison, which are bound to happen over the next 10 years, 10 to 15 years, which are also going to help mitigate the energy bill for Third Mutual on this. So I think we need to give it a little longer run to see where this goes and how much we're going to save on this. But my estimate was we're saving about 3%, I think, in third right now. So if our normal reserve investments are running at 1% to 2%, we're making a little more. We had hoped for 4 or 5 or 6%, and it's not happening. So we'll see what Solar Optimum comes back with, and we'll see what other kind of tweaks that Edison does to us. And that's the only thing I can say. We're looking at it. But go to a finance committee meeting, Third Mutual Finance Committee, and Chris Swanson, and he's the one that's calculating all this.
Can't respond.
The members are the ones that need to find out this information, and it's not readily available.
I need to talk.
Okay,
I mean, I guess, I don't know what else to say.
Yes.
I spoke for about 5 minutes longer than I wanted to.
anybody else have any
Yes.
comments? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Manny, you know, you're using a figure for United of 3.794 million. That number is the total cost, which included the hot water heaters, included the panel updates, breakers. So your solar was not 3.794, it was considerably less. Okay, and you got to base that. The other thing you do is you put in the fixed charges for solar, against solar, when those fixed charges were there even prior to solar. So it's inequitable to do that. I mean, you got to say, if it was there before, it's there now, okay? You can't say it wasn't there before when it was. So, I have to question the numbers that you've come up with. With regard to EV charging, I'm questioning the number of vehicles we have. We'll discuss that a little later that's one of the reasons I said we got to take these items off the consent calendar. Things didn't add up as far as I was concerned. The other thing is that the forecast is that within the next 10 years, in California, 50% of all vehicles will be electric. And which means that we're going to see a significant increase as the years go on. More and more electric vehicles are being produced, more and more electrical vehicles are being charged and going in. San Diego, for instance, is going to install 1,500. I think SCE is talking about something like 2,500 EV chargers. And they're subsidizing these, and obviously we've seen the results of that subsidy. When we've gotten the latest chargers with a 75% kickback, which is significant now. That kickback will not be there later as those things go in. With regard to charging and subsidizing, this is something that this community has done over and over again. One of the things that's important with regard to electric charging is when people come to buy in this community, if those people now are buying electric vehicles, they're going to say, where can I charge my car? And if there's no place to charge that car, they're not going to buy. So that's an added benefit to the community, which maybe justifies why we want to subsidize some of this. The same reason we might subsidize golf or some of the other facilities that we have. What was the third? Oh, the street lighting. That's going to be discussed later, okay? That's all I have to say.
I want to add one more comment. We are at the stage in Third Mutual about trying to decide what we're going to do with the electrical infrastructure. And that electrical infrastructure right now is not going to be adequate. It's a 50-year-old, 55-year-old in some cases, infrastructure. And so we'll be discussing that down in item 16 on this thing about whether we want to go forward with tech and what kind of strategies each of the individual mutuals and GRF want to use, if they even want to use tech. But right now, we are looking at the electrical infrastructure that may include or may not include EV charging for Third Mutual. But the point is that Third Mutual is going to have to figure out a way forward of what they're going to do about, what they want to do about their electrical infrastructure.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to respond to Pat English. As we speak right now, for about the last month, the GRF President, Bunny Carpenter, and our lawyer for GRF, Kelly Richardson, has been reviewing the VETF charter for three reasons, not just to see where there might be conflicts with the GRF bylaws, but mostly with the trust, the GRF trust, and are we going to be fulfilling our fiduciary duties as far as the trust goes and any liabilities that would be created by any actions from this group. And they all, I can't speak for United or Third, but for GRF, the entire board wants some kind of a group like this to go forward. We just need to properly name it and structure it so it can go forward, so we're not put in a liable position, because they see the importance of this group going forward. So I just wanted to clear that up. No one's trying to shut us down. We're trying to rename it and structure it so we can go forward without getting in any trouble. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, let's go on to item 6A. I'd like to open the floor up for nominations for a new task force chair. Once that person's named by an individual, then the person who is named gets to accept or not accept the nomination. Yes.
I'd like to nominate Bert Maldell from GRF.
Bert, do you accept the nomination?
I do under the current structure. I don't know what the structure will be like in the future, and at that point in time, I resume.
Contingent upon the structure?
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to nominate Bill Walsh.
I won't accept. I've got all sorts of vacation.
Well,
Any other nominations?
nominations are closed.
Well, the nominations are closed at this particular point in time. So I guess at this particular point in time, I was going to have a secret ballot, but there's no need for a secret ballot, okay? Anybody that would like to see Bert as the chair, please raise your hand.
Congratulations.
Bert is now the new chair, and he will take my chair here, and I will take his. Thank you for all your
Why don't we
support.
just sit?
Okay. You can have the gavel.
Doesn't make any difference.
He's going to rule the chair.
As a comment,
Bert is now the chair, and it's up to him, so he will run the meeting for the remainder of the time.
the reason why I said what I said about conditional acceptance, I have drafted a modification to the bylaws, or an addition to the bylaws, which describes a thing called a working group. And it has to, of course, be approved by the trustors. Currently, every member of GRF has gotten a copy of this and has asked for comments. I've gotten a few comments back already. And I'm hopeful that this, or something that is close to this, can be created. What I'm looking for is a structure, and I use the term working group because what I'm looking for on this group is people who are willing to work. There's a lot of things that could be done on the part of people within this community to assist our staff because they are understaffed and they may not have all of the skills that are needed. And so through a more collaborative effort, which is what this type of committee would be doing, it'd be more collaborative, we perhaps can push some of these projects ahead at a much faster pace and be a lot more successful in terms of making determinations as what we should be doing down the road. So I'm hopeful that that will take place and can occur within the next couple of months. Other than that, as I say, I think it is important that we continue with the effort. If anybody has seen the task list, there's a lot of things that we could be doing in this community that either save money or add services that attract people to this community. And I think we're not addressing them right now at the pace that has to be done. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to do that down the road. Okay? So let's go on. Department head update, number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to defer the department head update to Chris Naylor, and he'll give you that update.
Good afternoon.
Turn on.
Good afternoon. The good news is we were able to secure a contract with Melrock. We're expecting installation soon. It's a plug-and-play system. I have reached out to the IT team. They're not anticipating any challenges. I haven't seen the installation. It looks very simple to do. Our contract comes with some training on how to use their software, and then it also includes a analysis, one analysis for free. It was delayed a little bit. We had some challenges Melrock seems to be going through some internal problems. Their director of sales, who came aboard in October, is already no longer with the company. So we have been emailing Matt and not hearing any responses. We've also called their 1-800 number, and nobody's answering the phone, which is concerning. I've spoken with, Ernesto, I spoke with Art on the contracts team. I go, I do not want to write these guys a check, 10 minutes before they declare bankruptcy. So we asked for an explanation, and it was, we are so busy, we don't have time to answer the phone, which Art and I were laughing about, because it doesn't seem very reasonable. But other than that, the contract's signed, and hopefully we won't have any more challenges. I expect some data for you guys soon, once it's available.
Chris, is the commissioning of this building done?
Yes.
Because
For
I've
the
never seen
HVAC.
anything.
Yes.
It is. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you taking more questions on Melrock?
Sure.
One of the things that concerns, I don't know whether you can make public how much we're going to spend with Melrock with this contract, but one of the things that really struck me is that it wasn't very expensive. I mean, considering some of the things we spend money on, but what concerned me was that we're going to have somebody trained on that if we're going to use it effectively. And I hear it's partly training. Have we designated anybody on staff that's going to get this training and be able to actually, manage our EMS system better?
Well, the EMS system is one thing.
Right.
That's really to control the system. This is more of a troubleshooting system. We currently do not have a building engineer to interpret this information. Additionally, it is difficult to determine, an ROI calculation. Our expectations are when we plug this system in, it's going to send me hundreds of faults. We're going to need to have somebody interpret, focus on these faults. You could spend 10 grand and save 30,000. Don't worry about these faults. It's just too expensive and it's not worth it. We are going to get at least one free analysis, and based on that and based on the information that we receive, it may be presented to the board to maybe 4 or 5 hour analysis by a contractor, building engineer.
Okay.
Right now, we don't have anyone in place, nor do we have the capacity to move somebody from our maintenance to manage this. It would have to be, somebody who comes in to do it outside, or we hire a building engineer for that purpose.
Right, and, that's why I asked, because it does concern me, because they had a pretty full-time staff up at the Claremont Colleges when Sue and Bert and I went up there and Chris went up there to talk with him and watch, and it was pretty impressive what he was able to do, but it was really obvious that he spent a lot of time looking at that system. But they have, I would guess, somewhere, 50 buildings or more in that complex at the Claremont Colleges.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and so, what do we have, 10 maybe that we would be monitoring?
Well, currently one.
Yeah, currently one, this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
And based on the results, you guys will have the opportunity to say, hey, maybe we should do 2, 3, 4 buildings. But as Guy pointed out, there's really not a lot of extra people upstairs.
Right,
It's
so you,
really
so
a
basically,
skeleton crew.
because you want to, on this building, you want to get some training done if you're going to do it, right? So they can take that training and apply it to the other buildings in there. as you
It's
go along.
software training, though.
Okay.
30 minutes of software training, but to interpret the information that it's going to spit out,
Right, you don't have anybody.
you really need somebody specifically designed. The presentation we saw, that was actually a former employee of Melrock and a
Right.
professional energy manager.
Right,
So,
right.
You said the contract was signed. Do you know if the GRF president, she likes to look at all the contracts, especially those that aren't standard, and also run them by our lawyer. Do you know if that's been done?
I can answer. No, the contract was well under our $25,000 expenditure
Okay.
prior to going to the board for approval.
Thank you so much, Kate.
It's not to exceed, I believe it's 6,300.
Oh, okay,
It's small.
thank you.
And to go back to what you were saying, Bill, we really need to see what they're going to produce. You know, if it's a bunch of X's and O's, and we need somebody to kind of look at that and see what they're saying, because it's beyond any expertise that we have on staff, you know, we'll bring that to you. But until they produce something, we don't know what it's going to look like.
Right. This is, as you know, most people in this room know, this has been a, I don't know what you would call it at this point.
Pet peeve.
It's like I'm Sisyphus pushing the stone up the hill about EMS for the last 9 or 10 years. We spend a lot of money, and I think in good ways. Like all this HVAC equipment that we replaced in Clubhouse 5, this building over at the library, Clubhouse 2. These are more modern, more efficient systems. But to get the most out of them, we want to be able to make sure that the commissioning was done right. I don't know, I'm not an HVAC person, so I have no way of knowing that. But I do go into I go into Clubhouse 5 classrooms and conference rooms, and 1 minute I'll be shivering, and the next I'll be taking off my sweater. And it's like, my understanding is that EMS we should be able to manage that. We should be able to know when these classrooms around the community are being used, what hours. I mean, we've got a recreation department that rents these rooms. We have to make sure that, it would make sense to know if we could schedule, the rooms in this building or the rooms at Clubhouse 2, knowing when people are going to be there, make sure the temperature is up to 74 degrees or whatever it is. And then on the weekends when nobody's using them, we don't have to have temperature, we don't have to be heating them or cooling them at that time. So I'm looking, I don't care if it's Melrock. I don't have any, I don't care who it is. But right now we have an energy monitoring system, and I'm really concerned that we can, with all of these, all this money we've spent upgrading all of these climate control systems and all the work that Chuck Holland has done and his staff and whatever, that we can get better climate in our buildings, better climate control. I'm on my soapbox. I'll stop.
No, and I'll just make one more comment on that. So, we have the system in place, but the system needs to be managed. There has to be somebody behind the scenes managing all those schedules and plugging them into that system so that it can work in the way that you would like it to work. The other thing is, when it came to this building, we didn't do a full redesign of the HVAC system. Our direction was to replace the units on the roof and change out the pneumatic controls to electronic controls. And that's exactly what was done. So the commissioning, there's different types of commissioning that happen. The commissioning that we have in place is to ensure that everything that was contracted, all the specs, how everything was supposed to run based on the contract, is actually working the way it was spec'd. And that's what they do. They ensure, yes, according to your contract and all the specifications, it's working as designed. And that's it. So if there's any design changes to make things more efficient or somebody to manage that, that's in addition to what was already taking place.
I just want to call to the chair's attention, I believe we're on the air now, and the gentleman that is coming in and out, I think from the Globe as well. So you can watch for that, just so we all know.
Thank you.
To be noted in the minutes, too.
Yeah. Chris, just comment. We currently are using a service to monitor all of the solar, correct? And we'll take a look at what we're getting a little later. I would assume that the Melrock system is also capable of providing us information on the solar if we so chose. Is that not correct?
At this time, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Primarily, I believed it was an HVAC system, It may have more capabilities, I'm not sure.
Okay, I wonder if you could
Yeah.
check that out for me. I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, Bert, we could ask Solar Optimum and JCI if they've got BACnet capability, because they're running, I'm sure they're sending stuff over Wi-Fi or through cell system or whatever from the inverters.
Yeah.
And so if they've got a BACnet software in there that Melrock can,
Hook into.
hook up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be worthwhile. That might also then justify if we would save money on going to a contractor for monitoring it, and that would defray the cost of having that skill brought in-house.
Certainly.
Okay. Moving on. We're up now to the consent. Okay, and there is none as such, and so we're at item 8, the project log. And anybody have any comments other than me on the project log? Okay, then I got notes
I
here.
have a comment. Item 1 on that project log for United,
Yep,
they have a program for replacing walkway lighting or trenching.
yep,
Now, I sent an email to Cush and to Steve Parsons and to Ernesto. And Ernesto wrote back and said basically Third is aware of this, that they want to expand that, but right now their focus is on the streetlights. And that they will get back, they hopefully will get it on the budget for next year, something similar to what United is doing. When people come and ask to get some walkway lighting and dark spots in United on dark areas. We know over in gates 5 and 6, we still have a lot of dark areas on the walkways, and that there's probably the only way we're going to get lighting there is to do some trenching and extending of electric circuits so you can put more bollards on the walkway.
well, I was going to comment. My comment is the fact that United is spending $1,824 a light, which to me is excessive. And I would think that perhaps as a working group, if we do come together and coalesce, we can take a look at that situation and see what we can do to find a better way of doing the lighting. Certainly Third needs to do that, and that's one of the tasks that I had down, was that Third as well. And Third has 2 different types of lighting for walkways. One is with a pole, very similar to the streetlights, and the other is the bollards. So we have to look at we also have to look at the potential light source, where's the electricity going to come from, and whether or not we would want to consider possibly solar. So there's a lot to look at in terms of walkway lighting, and some of that might apply to United as well, but I was looking at it from a Third's perspective.
I don't know that the 1,800 is out of line. You're putting in electrical. It's not just, putting up a new fixture.
No, I know
It's
that.
finding, that electrical source could be quite a ways away, and you have all the trenching, conduit, pull the wires.
I
So
know that.
I don't know that it's, it would
Still,
have
it
to be
comes to
looked,
that.
it'd have to be looked at.
Right, but it is pretty steep. Okay. Under electrical systems, I was curious. These funds are allocated, this is number 2 for Third Mutual. These funds are allocated to repair or replace electrical equipment failures as needed. I think Cush and John were aware that Ernesto made a presentation that basically says that they do not repair things unless they fail. Okay? You were there too, Chris, when he made that statement, very clear. Okay, and next thing it says 24 buildings were completed in 2019, so I'm assuming they were completed when the failure was detected. But then it says the remaining 9 buildings will be completed in 2020. Well, how do you know that if there has not been a failure? I mean, I'm confused by that.
So, pardon me. The 24 buildings that's indicated on the project log, those buildings didn't have a proper grounding, and they needed to be I think there was a neutral wire that was missing. They didn't meet code. If somebody wanted to add anything in that building in their manor, they wouldn't meet code. So we went in and resolved that. And that's where, really what, those panels were upgraded because of that reason. So
you now
maybe
know
not a
that-
complete failure, but in the sense of somebody wanting to add an
code.
addition or something to their resident, yeah, it needed to be done.
Okay.
And those were identified and taken care of.
Okay. The other thing was, though, that Tech had also identified areas in the equipment, the electrical equipment, where they felt they were lacking and needed to be replaced. Now, that's not part of this, then?
No, that's not part of that, and we've already had an electrician out as well. I mean, we did investigate it earlier, we listened to what TEC said, and now we're actually getting an electrician to give us pricing to see what that looks like. So
Okay.
we can make sure that that's budgeted and taken care of.
Thank you. Yeah,
I have a comment on United Lighting.
yeah.
With regard to United Lighting, this has come up before with regard to the fact that if people feel that they need a light, they have to contact Resident Services, and then the M&C group sends somebody out there and determines whether or not a light is required. But there are only specific requirements that we have to follow, and I think one's a change in direction and a change in elevation. Is that correct, Guy?
Yeah,
Those
that's
are the-
correct. That's the criteria right now, yes.
So at this particular point in time, okay, while Third may be in certain dark areas, okay, putting in lights, United has got this protocol that says it's only, it's only put a light in if it's a change in direction or a change in elevation. And that's the protocol we're following. Whether or not that's good, bad, or indifferent, I don't know, but at this particular point in time, that's the protocol we're following. Is that correct, Guy?
Yes, when staff makes that decision, however, if the resident really feels that it's needed, they can also come to, an M&C or whatever and plead their case, and you guys can make that determination.
Thank you.
Exterior lighting. I'm assuming that's the street lighting, number 4. I'm just wondering, is the tree trimming included in that budget?
No, it is not.
Okay. So that's going to be more costly than that.
It will,
Is it
depending on
budgeted?
how many trees need to
Do
be
you know if it's
trimmed.
budgeted for 2020?
That would be a Kurt Weeman question. I couldn't answer whether he has that budgeted.
Okay.
I could respond to that.
Go ahead.
We have quite a substantial amount allocated for tree trimming in 2020 because there was none done in 2019. It was put aside. So we are following this 5-year cycle of tree trimming based on the species of the trees. And a heavy emphasis is going to be on the first year because 2019 did nothing. Means not that we didn't want to, but there was nothing budgeted for tree trimming in 2019. So you will be able to see a good amount of trees trimmed.
Thank you.
Kush?
I'd like to comment on that.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
I believe that that's correct, okay? They're using the new species type technology, okay? The species protocol, regimen, or whatever, okay? However, like with the solar plants and possibly with exterior lighting, if a tree is doing something that's blocking some light or blocking sunlight to that particular area when it concerns solar, okay? Then we're going to take that on a case-by-case basis also, and it goes beyond the species issue.
Sure.
And that's a special case. So what I'm saying right now is we follow the regimen of the species now, but in certain instances with regard to solar and exterior lighting, I think we have to deviate from that when if there's a tree that blocks a light and that light is being used for roadway lighting, then obviously that tree needs to be taken care of.
I do believe now that they take service requests, they go out there and investigate. If there's, someone calls into resident services and has an issue, they go out to take a look at it.
That's correct. Even if they are blocking some of the street signs, I think they take care of it. Like a stop sign is being blocked.
Yeah, any issue like that.
Yeah.
Bill.
Yeah. Bill?
Yeah, I don't know the schedule right now, I mean, off the top of my head, but I am assuming right now that Siemens has been directed to go start replacing light fixtures and tagging the poles. When they tag a pole, they should be able to write down that we've got a tree blocking the light. By the time they're done putting in the fixtures for all 700-plus streetlights, you should have an inventory of streetlights that are impacted by tree trimming, by trees. And at that point, you're going to have a list of addresses, or, you know, you're going to know what the tag number is on the pole that's being affected by the tree. And hopefully, somebody can give them direction to do that, to record when the impact of a tree is impacting the lighting. And that way, you can maybe get a program together to just basically, you know, in your tree trimming process, go through and trim those trees.
Yeah, we can certainly request Siemens provide that information as they are installing. However, we will have one of our staff that goes and inspects the installation, and they can also make that note as well.
That'd be great, whatever you can do, Guy. I personally have a very short cul-de-sac. It does not even have a number. But at night, particularly in the wintertime, I have to be very careful coming out of that cul-de-sac and stopping before I get to the sidewalk. Because when I look to the right, there's a street light 60 feet away, and it's got a jacaranda sitting there blocking it. And when I come out of my driveway, I look to the left, I look to the right, or I look to the right and look to the left. And on 2 occasions over the last year, I have looked to the right and I did not see anybody. I looked to the left, and thank God I looked back to the right. And more often than not, in these 2 cases, we're a couple in all dark clothing walking away from that light to me. Had that tree not been blocking the light, I would have seen them much sooner. And it scared, to be honest with you, it scared the hell out of me. And so I think it's something that Third really needs to address. And this is a good time to do it. And we all know, well, maybe you all don't know, but about 8 years ago, somebody was walking in Third and they crossed the driveway out of Clubhouse 1 and they were run over because the person didn't see them because of lighting. So if we can do anything to mitigate this problem, we need to do it.
Okay, we'll, I'll have our staff as they go out and inspect, and we'll also request from Siemens that they identify lighting that has a tree interfering with that light.
I appreciate it, Guy. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very common problem, Bill, especially in United, too. In my cul-de-sac, the very same situation exists. In fact, a car almost hit me today based on going back and forth, and he was clipping down there about 30 miles an hour and almost got me. So we have to really look into that in both mutuals. Thank you.
Some question with regard to who owns United Streetlights. I know that the city is paying the bill, but are those SCE lights? In other words, are they leasing the poles, or do they own those poles?
They own the poles,
They do own the poles, they own the fixtures.
because they want us to take them over.
Okay. And can you change those to LED?
If we agree to take it over, which we have not and probably won't.
Okay, and they don't want to allow you to take it over?
They won't allow us to put in LEDs unless we take over the whole streetlight and the energy costs.
All right. Well, Third has the same problem over in Gates 5 and 6. I think there are 35 poles with the same problem. The other thing was that I have on the lights. We're going to have 716 lights that have mushroom fixtures today. What's happening to those mushrooms?
Well, right now, they'll discard them as they put up the new ones. Unless direction, we'd have to give them direction to store them somewhere, but it's going to be at a cost, and we can find out what that cost is.
Okay, the reason I asked that is we have over, 200 or 300 poles with walkway lighting. And the thought that I had was that we could go to SCE and offer to purchase those poles and give them a price. And if they are not willing, we should look at the possibility of our buying our own poles, in which case we would need light fixtures. And we could be using those light fixtures on top of new poles and ask SCE to remove their lights. That is in the, I know that's in the contract. We can tell them at any time, take your lights out. So we might want to think about that. At least look at the condition. We got 716, and if we know the number of poles we have, okay, we can look for the 300 best and put them aside. Not all of them, but the 300 best.
Yeah, we'll be reporting on those walkway lights in Third that are owned by SCE. And we already have asked Siemens to provide pricing on retaining the light fixtures that they're removing. So we'll be able to come back with something.
Okay. Let's move on. The Third Mutual street light and walkway light outage report.
I'm sorry, I want the project report. I want to speak on 8.
We have a speaker for the
Oh,
project log.
You want to speak on 8? Sure.
Yes, sorry. I was doing the date for today, which is the 10th. I put it in the wrong place. My question is, under United, number 2, is the exact same status comment as there is for Third, which is number 3. In fact, it even says Third. There is nothing there that refers to United. And I just, if we're going to have a status update, especially since we have spent so much more money than Third, I think that we need to have a better status that actually speaks to United. Somehow that just got copied of whatever was in Third into United. And it's not. So we need an update for United, please.
That's identical. It's an identical scope of work that was given to Third and United, and it's the same result.
I don't believe VTF representatives from Third authorized the energy control.
I understand that Third was a mistake, and we'll correct that.
Good catch.
Difference in money.
Okay. Yeah, Brian?
So, that's a consultant, and he's doing work. So,
Use your mic, Brian, please.
yeah.
That's a consultant, and he's doing work. Has he submitted a report of his findings to date?
Yeah, that report's been presented.
Okay,
Here.
okay.
Where can you get a copy? You want a copy?
Yeah,
Staff will give it
Where
to
can
you.
you get a copy?
yeah, I don't think one's attached here.
No,
We
it
can make
was-
sure you have a
It was
copy.
presented
Still
here,
works.
at that time we got the copies.
You have digital copies?
Yeah, that's more to my point. Could I get a copy of the report? Yes, I will. Okay, thank you. Email's great.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, I just want to make comment that your itinerary calls for 1 PM. And I don't know how it got changed or how the community was informed, but hopefully these things will be updated.
Okay. Thank you.
You didn't miss much, Dick.
No, but what happens is people on Eating Up or whatever it's called, I don't think it's going to change. And that's where I usually go.
I noticed, there was notices in the director's boxes. But,
Team,
I'm-
the team
But I-
calendar also had to change to 12
Yeah.
o'clock.
Go, and I don't go to the director's office. Posted where?
Team up.
And electronically on the team up.
It's on team.
That's what I'm talking about, the team up. The last time I checked, is it, say 2? Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'm moving on to item 9, Third Mutual Street Light and Walkway Light Outage Report. I'm just curious, there are 2 items that are still dependent upon SCE, which has to do with no power to the pole. Now, SCE is always responsible for that situation, right? And
Yes.
what are you hearing from them? I mean, both of those are over a month old.
Understood. The typical protocol for, excuse me, first we will send Siemens, who will identify the pole as not having power. Edison will then send a identical repairman to confirm that there's no power to the pole before they send their higher level technicians to repair it. They are challenges. They do take a considerable amount of time. I could yell at them if you want.
No, I just, but we got to stay on top of those, because we've had some in the past that were months old. I mean, 6, 7, 8 months.
Understood. We do have a new SCE rep, and she's doing a terrific job with conjunction with Barbara.
Glad to hear that.
Rep of the month.
Okay. The next report is this is item, 10? The electric vehicle golf cart report. I think I would change the title, since you have EV vehicles in there as well, since it's more than a golf cart. And I noticed there were 108 electric permits, but when I added up the EV vehicles, there were only 83. And I'm just, don't realize what the discrepancy is.
Are you referring to the column on the right side of the report?
Right.
That's just the top. If you notice on the total column, we just put all the highest total cul-de-sacs. So there's quite a few people who do not live on cul-de-sacs that also would add into it.
Okay, so in other words, but they are either going to be 1 or 2 or what? I'm trying to understand what made you determine to cut off the rest?
We just felt that the spacing for the information that we provided to you was more than adequate. It's a list of your highest total cul-de-sacs with the most number of electric golf carts and EV vehicles. Instead of giving you every single thing in the community, we just kind of gave you the highest number ones.
Okay, gotcha. Move on to the next one. Third Mutual Solar Production. Apparently, excuse me. When we look at year 1, pardon, no, year 2, down at the bottom it says total production of kilowatt hours, and the next is average monthly production. I'm trying to grasp, what do you mean by average monthly?
What this report is doing on the front page and on the back page, I am comparing this year's production based on the average of year 1 and year 2.
Okay. The other thing that I was a little disturbed by is I'm looking at 3 systems, and I have no way of knowing what the actual capacity of those buildings is with regard to the generation capacity. So I'm trying to say, 66,355, for instance, for 5510 Paso de Lego West. This is on year 2. What is the capacity? If I'm comparing, how much lower am I on that building? I might want to look at that in terms of the orientation of the building, or look for some other reason, okay, why that capacity is down so much. I have no way of knowing that. And again, I think we need to be able to analyze these things and say, well, why isn't it to where it should be? Okay? So,
Bert, are you looking for the size of the installation on each of those buildings.
Yeah.
You can try, look out on the web under the third solar project. And there's a bunch of documentation out there, and I think one of the pieces of documentation tells us how many kilowatt, how big the system is on each of those buildings. Yeah.
Yes, what I'm saying here is I'm looking for reports that give me information that is usable, okay? That basically can raise the question that says, is there something we can do about it? Okay? Is this a real problem? Okay? Or is it just the fact that those buildings don't have the capacity? So I think, what we need to do is relook at some of these reports and restructure them to where the information within the content of the report becomes much more usable to us.
Right. The Solar Optimum ran each of those buildings through a software package that looked at the orientation of the building. It looked at how many panels they were going to put on it, and based on that, they looked at how many hours. Yeah, it's in there. They talk about it, and we could go back to them and have them run those numbers again for each of those, because the data's there. We know what they used, and to verify it, because they told us what the production was going to be based on that software package for each. They ran that on each of the 12 buildings. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I'm looking for it, yeah, but as a report from staff that it's usable for us,
Right.
not just a bunch of numbers plugged into a chart.
Right. Well, I understand it. Maybe staff can tell us how this report. I assume you go out to the software that's collecting all the data from the inverters and get this data. Is that right?
You are correct. We do receive it directly from the inverters. We also receive it from Phoenix. They are your O&M provider for both United and Third.
So these numbers are the data that Phoenix collected, right? Or do you actually collect it from the inverters yourself?
I think yes to both of your questions. The inverter data goes to Phoenix.
Right.
It also comes to us. Phoenix packages up the inverter data in a prettier report.
Right, so they do the spreadsheet kind of stuff for you and stuff. So basically, this data's, have you verified that the numbers that Phoenix is sending you matches the data? I mean, you've done a sampling, matches the data?
You are correct.
Okay.
The only other thing I got is if you look at year 2 production, 2399 via Mariposa West, in April, the production output was 0. Obviously, something happened in March because it was way down to 1,841. And again, I mean,
This is Third.
The cable.
well, okay,
Yeah.
it'd be nice if there was an asterisk, okay, that would indicate what the problem was. Okay, so when you have a deviation like that, okay, let us know that you're aware of the fact that here's the cause for that deviation. Just an asterisk, footnote, something to that effect.
I got I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So this is no different than discussions that, Chris, you and I have had, or various other people have regarding United Solar production, okay? Because we've had a bunch of issues come up, okay, whereby we had 0 production for that day for whatever reasons, okay? And there are a multitude of reasons, okay? But I guess my question is, Third Mutual Solar production, we've chosen to put that in the consent calendar as a one-off, well, at least for this particular. So why don't we, how come we haven't generated one of these for the United Solar production? I mean, it seems to me, what's fair is fair. And the thing right now is I'd have the same questions as him, because right now, all it does is say, we're generating whatever, 1,700 kilowatts or whatever the heck number is. How does that compare to what the average is supposed to be for that particular set of panels, okay?
Okay, to your first question, we do have an identical report for United with their information.
Then I think we should do the same thing. If we're going to do this in VETF, then we should have that same report in this particular thing.
You're the boss.
I'm just saying, I mean, you know, it's good information, but again, as was indicated by Bert, okay, it sort of leaves something to the design. Is that a good number, or is that a bad number, or is that a number that we should be, you know, what does that mean? Okay, 4,000 kilowatts, what the hell does that mean? I don't know.
Additionally, the modeling data, it doesn't work very well when you compare it, because the modeling data is using a 30-year average of solar irradiance, while solar irradiance does change. Very, very large drastic swings, and I don't get the solar irradiance data for 2 or 3 years until after it's released. So on a month-by-month basis, I can't currently compare. I understand what you're looking for, but because that data takes so long for them to release it, it's not at this time. It's not possible.
I mean, if you look at the year one production, 2394 Mariposa West, I mean, for the first 5 months, production was, or 4 months, you know, that was terrible production. Do we know what the reason for that was?
I would have to check in with one of my counterparts. This is before actually
Right.
I worked here.
But you can understand when I look at numbers like that and say, what's going on here? You know, for 4 months, we had very, very low production.
I am almost 100% sure about the answer, but I prefer to do a little bit more research before, especially in an open setting.
This is part of the whole thing that I've had discussion with you and Ernesto regarding the fact that Phoenix might want to sort of like, and I guess they're not on board to do this, okay, to specifically say that these particular panels are not working at optimum for whatever reason, okay? I mean, there's millions of reasons as to why it is. Maybe they're not clean enough, whatever, okay? And we've had this whole issue about cleaning within United, okay? And I'm not even going to go there. But the thing right now is, these are nice numbers, okay, and it tells you at the end of the year, what have you, okay, how much you actually produced. But does it give any indication to the average person or the person that needs to know, okay, as to whether or not we need to do something to make it better?
Yeah.
And that's the whole point. All it does is, it's just data. Well, okay, so what, you know?
Absolutely, this is a data report. We do receive reports from Phoenix encouraging us to do different tasks. They are rare. It is the consensus between Phoenix and VMS that the panels are working at optimal levels based on their design. We understand that it's drastically less than the modeled data, but this is as good as we're going to get with these panels.
Yeah, but you know, we're getting these numbers and we're looking and we're saying, what are we supposed to do with it? I mean, we don't understand what it's all about, okay, other than it raises questions, and we're looking for answers. So maybe
I'm not
we can
sure.
discuss this offline, but I really think we have to relook some of these reports and perhaps redesign them or see what it is that we can get that would be of more significance.
But I agree with what Bert said, okay? If you got a 0, then we should have an asterisk in there, because 0 means that there is definitely something wrong.
Sure.
I mean,
So, you know, I would like to speak a little bit to that. You know, in my past, I've built high-rises. I don't take care of those high-rises after I turn them over to the building engineer. They do all that. So, you know, we don't have a department that manages energy uses, energy. So we're using the resources that we have to try to give you the best reports that we can. But if you're going to ask us to drill deeper and deeper and do some engineering to figure out if these things can be tilted a different way or if, you know, there's something that can be done, I don't know that we have the capacity or the ability to provide that for you. So, you know, we can explore how we can bring that information to you, but I don't think it's going to be staff being directed, go do this and get it done for us. So we need to have that conversation,
Yeah.
how we can get this done.
Yeah, I mean, this may be added justification for an energy manager.
And This is a discussion that I've had with Ernesto regarding a plant manager for the solar plants, okay? Because of the fact that they do need a little TLC more than we are capable of doing because of the amount of workload that we have, okay? And I've asked for that, okay? And I think, I've been in a meeting with Juanita where we've asked for that also, so I'm just saying, okay? I understand the circumstances, but under the circumstances right now, we probably need to sort of drill down a little bit deeper, and maybe we need to get somebody involved, along with the building with Mel Rock and what have you. Maybe his duties extend beyond just, one building. That's just a thought.
Say, Chris and Guy, too, these numbers, I'm assuming these are kilowatts AC, okay, alternating current. Could you ask Phoenix if they actually can produce a report that shows direct current on the input side of the inverter?
Yeah.
So how much DC power is these producing?
Yeah, the panels.
I mean, you can ask them. I mean, if they don't have it, they don't have it, but.
The inverters are rated for approximately a 2% loss.
Right, understood.
Between DC and AC.
Right, and so one way to tell if the inverters are working properly would be to see, all of a sudden, if we've got a 4% loss going from DC to AC, then maybe we, if AMC, I think it's AMC, or who, AMG, these German inverters, if they're not if they're not meeting their rating, then that may be an area of problem. And if Phoenix actually does have the data for the DC produced, the direct current energy produced, and then you can look at we already see what's the AC looks like. We might be able to see if there's a problem there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple enough to ask Phoenix if they have that capability or that data for us. Again, outside of that, it would be drilling down and trying to figure it all out. And,
Yeah,
again,
I understood.
I can't say it enough. It's just, it's a lot for our staff.
Understood. And I, for one, am just glad to see that you're producing these reports from year to year, because at least it gives us something to look at, that we know we're producing electricity.
That's a good thing.
But as far as I recall, the last meeting, we said we needed data. We didn't have any data. I'm not sure, I can't remember what it was we needed the data for, but we have the data now.
We need information.
Well, this is the information they're giving us.
Data is just a bunch of numbers. Okay, it's what you do with those numbers that basically is going to determine what actions you're going to take.
It's, as Carl said, how far you want to drill down, what
Right.
type of investigating you want to do, troubleshooting, all that,
Yep.
plays into the equation.
We have a speaker for this item, if you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm not a solar expert, but what I would like to see as a person in the audience, I'd like to see what the recommendation was by, at least I know United, that the company said that they were going to produce so many kilowatts. I'd like to see that number so I can compare it. Then what I'd like to see is, as each year goes on, you average out first 2 years what the average was, 3 years what the average was, and compare it again to that number that they promised us. That will at least give us some idea of what these numbers mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. You're going to get variability in any event because of the amount of sunshine.
Of course, but that's the point. They said that you would, in 1 year, each year, get this amount. But by doing the averages, as the years go on, it should meet that number that they said. And if it constantly falls below, when you're in year 5 and you're still 15, 20% below, something's a problem.
Yeah. Okay, the other question that I've got and that I really would like to see is the ROI. What is our return on our investment? Okay, as a number.
We're happy to provide anything that you request. The ROI calculation isn't ideal for solar. Solar is not going to be a cash machine. It is a hedge against inflation in the energy markets. For the next 30 years, your cost of energy for about half the kilowatts that you use is going to remain the same. So on year 1, year 2, year 3, your ROI is going to look terrible. But it factors into every year, Edison is going to raise their rates. So in 10 years from now, we pay about 18 cents, I believe, in United. In 10 years from now, when we pay 36 cents, your ROI is immediately cut in half. I can use a generic formula, assuming that energy rates are going to go up 5% a year, but it's a report that shocks a lot of people, and it's important that we don't give them enough information to get upset when it's really not a situation that should be upsetting.
Well, we know that the time of use change is going to impact us, okay? And the fact is that we're going to, in essence, get less credit with the change in time of use because the energy that we will be producing up till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, okay, is going to be at a different rate paid or credited than it will be after that. Okay, so what's going to happen is that we're going to get less credit. Okay. When we see that, we say, what can we do about it? Is there something I can do? Well, one of the things I could think we could do is we might take a look at batteries as an alternative where we can fully charge our batteries, okay, when the energy is at the least cost, and then supplement power with the output from the batteries when it is at the highest cost. Well, ROI is going to give me a little bit of indication. Okay. So, you know, I think it becomes a valuable number. Okay, that's... with the charge point report, which is the next item, I personally would love to see more detail. For instance, I would like to be able to take a look at charge point with regard to the times that is being used and come back and take a look at the demand charges for the building to see what impact somebody putting their car on that charger, particularly the level 3 charger, which is adding 25 kilowatts, to see if that is affecting our peak demand. Because if it does, that immediately says to me, let's get this building off of the charge point meters, you know, off the charge point chargers, and get its own meter. Okay. So is there a way? I'm sure ChargePoint's giving you all the information. Okay, and I don't find this to be anywhere near adequate. So is there a way we can see more?
Absolutely. To go into your question of, currently the EV chargers are connected to the community center.
Right.
We did have a meeting about it. We did understand that it may affect the demand charges. If you're at peak demand and 4 cars pull in, you're going to be at a higher demand and there's going to be higher charges. That's an inevitable expense. Alternatively, though, you can set them up on their own meter. It's going to be an EV rate, but some of the EV rates, depending upon the time of the day, are 3 times higher than what the community center pays. What we decided was to do 6 months, a year of data. Let's see what's happening, and then we'll compare it. Is it a good idea to keep it connected here, or is it a good idea to do its own meter? They both have risks, they both have rewards. At this point, I would have to agree with the initial idea to let's get some baseline, then we can crunch the numbers, and then we'll know exactly. Because once we set it up to a second meter, I can't undo it. So we're definitely on top of it, though.
Yeah. So I have a question with regard to that. I know that probably ChargePoint has a database, and that database, they issue a report, correct? You can get a report from them, I suspect. And that report's got a lot more information in here, like, you know, the usage at the time of days and what have you. It's got all of that information, I'm sure, in that report.
We do receive reports for them.
It's more comprehensive than this, is what I'm saying. And I think that's what Bert's looking for. He's looking for the more comprehensive report.
Yeah.
We'll be happy to provide that. That comes directly from them.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and the thing right now is, I don't see any reason why we couldn't attach it to this for the EV stuff here, okay, unless it's considered proprietary of some sort. I mean, is it just an 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17 piece of paper, okay, these reports, or what? How does it structured? Is it just an Excel spreadsheet type of thing?
It's a one-page report. It's referred to as a Shore report that comes directly from them. It's got a lot of data that sometimes could be confusing. This is just a summary page
Right.
of it.
And I think what Bert's looking for is a more comprehensive report so that we can look at it and get a lot more information off of it. Because this information is good, but it's very simplistic, okay?
Okay.
We have a speaker on this item.
The next is the demand charges.
Bert?
Oh, yes, Kush.
The variance that we have over here, or percentage change, is it just compared to the previous month?
I'm sorry, that was,
In this charge point report,
okay.
the variance that you show here, or the change, percentage change, the last column, is it just the percentage change to the last month?
Yes.
So when we get to the next year, we will be able to see it differently, I guess. Will the variance be compared to the previous year's month, or will it continue the same way? Because this is just showing peaks and valleys.
We will be providing a more comprehensive report per Bert's request.
Yeah.
They come directly from them, and I don't see a reason. why it wouldn't.
One thing that we can also do that may help in this is to find out when these vehicles are charging. So we can tell you how many are charging in the peak, how many are not charging. You know, we can kind of break a little bit out that way as well, because we do see the times that these vehicles are being charged. So, you know, we can look at it again and find a better way that we can give information that'd be more helpful to you. I don't know, handing you the information we get from their portal is going to be, you know, set up better than what we can provide. So let's take a look at that.
Okay.
But I guess one of the other things is the fact that it's going to become a point where ChargePoint's getting more money than we're actually getting, okay, out of this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, we want to be able to know that whereby we're paying out the ChargePoint $1,000 and we're only getting $500 in, okay? I mean, so at that particular point,
Yeah,
it's costing us to maintain those things a lot more than what we anticipated. And we're looking for, if we ever reach that point, okay, then we're looking to say, hey, we need to scratch our head and say, you know, maybe we need to rethink this. We need to do something else or what have you.
Yeah, so the agreement is they skim 10%. So whatever we make, they take 10%.
Exactly.
The only way to capture that is to charge the consumer whatever percentage we need to charge more. The fear in that is that if we're not competitive with other areas that are charging, we may not get people from outside the community.
We understood that. We sat in that meeting. We understand that. We just want to know if we're reaching that threshold whereby it's costing us, what is it costing us to maintain these things, okay? That's what we need to basically, because this doesn't give us everything, okay? At the end of the day, if it's costing us more than what we anticipated, okay, then we need to look at it and possibly make another decision or something. I don't know.
I agree. We need to be a bit creative how we look at that.
Exactly.
Because the building power, it's dependent on the demands throughout the whole building and not just the charges. So we'll try to, you know, do the best we can to narrow that down and give you guys something that you can use.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a speaker on this topic. Monica Zong.
I'm a resident here, so I do have a vehicle I have to charge in the back right now, which is I'm charging right now. So that's why you were talking about the charge point, the station. I thought the whole area literally only have a 10 charge here, right? As I understand, which is 10 charge for the whole area, community, which is not enough. And a lot of time, the middle, I don't know who's in charge of doing that. Maybe there's a project manager I met once. He said he set up that whole thing. I forgot his name. But anyway, he did a setup, you guys did a setup, the supercharge. The supercharge basically is working for nobody right now because I've never seen one car there. And I have a Tesla. And the supercharge actually that need a special adapter, which is we don't have. So that's 3 charge in the middle, nobody uses them. So basically only 2 charge on the side, which is 4 of them. That's all we can charge. A lot of time, I live in Gate 3, so we're United, I think. And so I don't have a charge over there. And I bought the car thinking I can figure out a way. I had it 4 months, but now I don't have a place to charge my car. I have to come here all the way and walk home and come back again. So that's what I do. Okay, I think that's my exercise. I'll take it. But in the meantime, this charge, they only let you charge 4 hours. After that, they charge you $2 for parking there, which is, they only charge half my car. I have to run back to 4 hours, I move them again, charge again, which just doesn't work at all. Somebody I talked on the phone, I went to the customer service, someone was the project manager. He said he's gonna get back to me because he has no idea that actually doesn't charge 4 hours, doesn't enough for charge car. So he said he was gonna call me back, which is 2 months ago, nobody called me back. So that's why I come to the meeting. I wanna bring the attention to you because we do need to change that. I just happen to have a neighbor right downstairs, my neighbor, she just bought the property. And she has the same car, she has no place to charge it. That's why we're gonna come to all this meeting, try to push that to be taken care. And I do have some suggestion, I don't know if it's gonna work, because at my carpool place, I do have a charger, but that one was like 110. So it's very slow for my car. Basically, it's charged 1 mile per hour. So I have to leave there for a whole week to be charged. That's not gonna work. So for this, if you get to change the 220, and will be 6-7 hour charge, which is workable. That's what I was saying. I did talk to some people here. They said, oh, that's gonna be a lot of money to change the whole community. That's gonna take forever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying anybody has the car, they request that. We could pay some fee to install that for us. And we're willing to pay some fees. And then after that, it's like a monthly charge. You know, the golf cars, whatever, they always charge there. They say $20 a month, whatever the fee, we're willing to pay. Otherwise,
Let me ask you some questions.
yes.
Okay, what type of unit do you live in? Do you park at a carport?
Yeah, carport.
So you only have 110 volts?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why I was asking if it could change to 220, 240, whatever, that will, then we pay fees for monthly. But it's just for the installation, even we're willing to pay something, because if you say, oh, wait for, we're gonna change the whole community, one day we'll get it there, it's not gonna happen, right? It takes time to happen. That's one of the suggestions I have. That's why I'm coming to every meeting, talk about this, because we needed it. I had my car for 4 months. That's what I'm doing right now, every day, not every day, when I need it, come here, 4 hours, I have to go, come back. Because this thing needs to change. 4 hours not enough.
His time's up.
What is that?
That's the time.
That's the
up.
time.
3 minute
Oh, I'm talking too loud.
That's the time.
3-minute timer.
Time's up.
Comes out. One more question, because
So
I know it's
you get 4 miles every hour on your 120 volt outlet?
no, actually, literally 1 hour, 1 mile per hour for the 110. I tried that, I tried it. I was like, I'm gonna sit here and watch how literally 1 hour I had a 1 mile.
I had Tesla for 3 years, and
But-
plugging in at 120, I was getting 4 miles.
Okay, maybe we're different. I'm the newer one. Anyway, I'm sitting there watching them 1 hour. I was like, how am I gonna go anywhere with that, you know? So anyway, right now I'm charging my car because I'm coming to the meeting. Anytime I come to the building, I put it in there. And it's not really working well. This is my phone. They tell me I can scan my phone, I get it. How many times I go there, it doesn't work. So literally I have to call, get a car, because the phone doesn't work. But anyway, it's working right now. But for 10 for the whole community is not enough. Another thing, I'm sorry, after the subject, because we are thinking about put a solar panel for our place and on the roof. So that's no? I saw your face. No, it's not allowed?
What type?
Okay, not, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's okay, we don't need it. Get approved.
But this, you put it on a carport, right?
No, put on the
no.
roof.
They can put it on the building, but they have to find out if there's a place, the roof is divided.
Divided to two, yes,
Yeah.
yes, the downstairs. And then right now,
I think
Tesla.
if
Well,
you
how do you
go,
get from the roof of the building to the carport?
not the
No,
carport,
we're not talking about cover, just
this
for the,
is
for the.
solar for
yeah,
the
For the
unit.
house.
Oh,
yeah.
solar for the unit.
Yeah. The solar is not working, but
The
anyway. So
People
I'm-
in the resident services in the round circle, they have good information, they should be able to help you.
You over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so anyway, I just want to get everybody's attention and some way we can get it that to take
We hear
care.
you.
Thank you.
But I have a comment on this one.
And me too, after you.
Yeah. In the last MNC meeting, the GRF MNC meeting, this point was brought up about the
Adapters.
adapter
Right.
for the Tesla.
Right.
And one of the suggestions that
supposed
we
to
had
buy one.
made was maybe we should keep the adapter in the front desk
Right.
and exchange it for the driver's license.
Exactly,
And it costs like $400 or $500.
exactly.
And,
That was their
or-
suggestion.
Or you may want to buy your adapter. I'm just suggesting. That way you don't have to wait for 400 or 5 hours to charge it. And so that's the trade-off.
No, if I buy it, oh, you mean for the super.
For the supercharger, buy the adapter.
No.
What's the point? You have the supercharger, you don't have that, nobody.
We need to make that decision. So there were two choices. One choice is you have your own adapter, or we buy an adapter, one or two of them, and
I thought we instructed M&C to basically buy the adapter and have it over there, and then have their license. They had to give them their
Yeah.
license in order to
yeah.
get.
So did we
No,
do
we
that?
didn't
What
receive that.
happened at that meeting? I don't remember the outcome.
I thought that was the
But that
thing.
was, yeah.
Because I don't think you need to have the
I think that we asked
GRF to approve that. It's only $400 or $500. It's petty cash.
Okay, and let's correct something. There are people using those fast chargers, just not with Teslas.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
there are a lot more
as,
Teslas.
As far as her plugging in the Tesla in her own unit, I went through that. It won't work until we get a new electric system, which is going to cost us a small fortune. So you have your choice. You can be willing to pay an extra $10 or $20 a month on your assessments, or you can live with coming up here and charging your Tesla here.
But she's doing it. The only complaint she has is that the charging is not happening fast enough.
Right?
So she's not being able to use the supercharger.
Right.
Because we don't have the adapter.
Right.
For the Tesla.
Right.
So she's requesting us to buy the adapter so it can work more efficiently.
Yeah.
So
because-
that would be just on the EVs here we're talking
Yes.
about?
Correct.
Well, yeah, that'll work, all right.
Yeah.
But as far as on your own house, it will not work.
She doesn't have a charging system at the house.
No, I wanted that. I wish I had that.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have it just now.
No,
Correct.
it's not we don't need a special system. You can plug in there like a.
You do need a
Yeah,
special
you,
system.
you don't, but what they do, they give you the doctor with the car, you know that. But if the electrical, what do we call it that? Higher wattage will be make a difference.
Right. You can't do it just now.
Can't do it in United.
Change that.
Yeah. So it looks to me like, it sounds to me like GRF might start thinking about EV chargers in some of the clubhouses. And we've gone around this before in the past. And the clubhouses are all set up, they've got enough, big enough transformers and circuitry to handle some more chargers.
That's
Oh, you're
true.
going to talk about that? Oh, okay.
No, it's in here. I don't know if we can get to it or talk about it, but it's in here.
But I believe that at that GRF M&C meeting, we had asked
We had talked about the
M&C to basically look into possibly buying at least one of them, keeping it out here, and then
Yes.
they
Right.
exchange their driver's license for the cable, and then when they bring the cable back, they get their driver's license back.
Right, and it was
Because
also
that-
spoken that there was money in the budget.
Exactly.
To use that
So
money
I
from
think
the
that
budget.
one, I
So-
think that one sort of like, I think we sort of need to address that
For
as an action item here.
clarification, we were provided direction to come back and tell you what the cost is for the adapter.
Yes.
And we will bring that to the next M&C. That
Which
was
is
what
on
we were
Monday?
directed to do.
Not on
Which
the
is on
agenda.
Monday?
Which is on Monday?
It wasn't for this meeting. No, that's a special meeting.
It's February.
It's February.
Oh, coming back's February, okay.
Maybe ChargePoint would chip in. Help.
Won't hurt them.
I've tried a few times to get it for free, a few of them, and it's our representative's joke.
I like that
myself.
word, few of
So-
them.
What's that?
I said I like your style, few of them, not one.
We pay a lot of money. I asked it for free.
Yeah.
They said no. That was their option.
Okay.
So,
So this lady came here, is she going to wait till February to figure out whether it's going to happen?
How much is this thing, how much does
It's
it
going
cost?
to happen, okay? The timing of the meetings and the timing of the approval, by the time, it goes to M&C, if it's not going to be at the next M&C meeting, the following M&C
Oh, okay.
meeting is after the next board meeting.
So February would be, I believe,
Yes,
February would be the next regular M&C.
And then it's got to go to
You
finance.
know,
and
it
it's
sounds
gotta-
like she knows what
Wait a
the
minute, wait a
price
minute.
is, and she wants us to take care of the cost for that, so.
But
Wait a minute, we're talking $400 or $500.
pretty large.
What do you need to have the GR?
I don't know, I thought there was a cost. on it.
$500.
Well, do you have this lady's phone number? Somebody,
I am
whatever you
familiar with
decide, should
Sherry. I
actually
emailed her
contact
this morning.
contact her directly.
I emailed you this.
That's not Sharon.
And
But as you were saying, if we set up PowerPoint, some clubhouse is also gonna help us.
Understood. We're aware of
The
that.
other way is working at our house.
Yeah. It won't be such a long walk for you to go to Clubhouse 3. Just to hear.
How much is it? How much did you guys determine it was for this job?
We don't have a price, and that's what we're lacking right now.
Okay,
We were trying.
we're looking at hundreds.
Yeah.
I noticed that under the Community Center EV Charging Station project, we have a balance of $10,000 as of September 19th, and it's completely installed. It's marked completed. So why don't you just go ahead and order an adapter? I don't even think you need the approval. You've got the money in the budget.
I believe the concern that was brought up last time was that they were going to start go missing.
Well, now we said, that it would be
That's fine.
But
like hearing when you go to the concert, right? You got to give them your driver's license. And I think people will return that adapter rather than lose their driver's license.
So you can add this item to your agenda for Monday's meeting.
No
and-
reason.
And vote.
No reason. There's no
No
reason.
reason what?
It's in the budget.
Yeah,
You got
but
the
the
money.
budget's, yeah.
You're talking about a $500
Okay,
expenditure.
so that's fine. If we get direction to spend that budget for this item, we will. The budget was set up to install the chargers, and that's what we did with the budget.
Well, we're looking at an accessory to the charger.
That's right, you are looking at accessory, so you're looking at an addition to what we proposed to do. So that would be a change to that contract or a change to that scope of work. If you want to give us direction to do that, we're more than happy to do whatever you want us to do, but
what
we
do you
need
want
that
us to do?
direction.
Can we make a motion?
Well, all right.
Matt, if you called up Mattson, okay, I'm sure that he would just put it on the agenda for Monday, because it's only $500.
Approval of
And
the
it-
agenda on Monday.
Thank you.
Can you?
Let's move this along quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Jesus, they spend more money on lunches
Whoa. The last thing, let me come up with this. Okay, the demand charges per facility. I was looking at the billing months. Is there any way in which we could have that sequential so that we could see trends?
Chris is here to speak on that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy New Year. To answer your question, Chair Modell, yes, we can simply organize that. August, 2018, August, September, October, November. Yeah, that's simply just a reprint. Would you like that before we start the discussion or after? Just a simple question.
Well, I noticed that you had a plot, which was...
Yeah, on my computer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if we had that, that would be what I would want.
Sure, I can send it to Lori real quick. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a simple chart.
Thank you. Okay. The other thing that the demand charges, it's significant. We only did 2, 5, 7, and the community center. Do we have any feel what all of the others, if we looked at the total GRF demand costs, are we well over $250,000?
Yeah, you know, Bert, while he's looking that up, the other thing too, this is where Melrock, this is something that if we're going to get training, to see if there's something in that product or in the training that they can do to identify ways to reduce demand charges during these peak hours. And
it's more than that though, because if you're going, one way is load shedding.
Right.
Okay, so you got to make decisions in advance as to what you're going to shed.
Right.
And the other would be battery.
Right, but I'm just talking about right where we are today, because you're talking about adding new technology in there to do
Yeah.
that. But if they can see where we've got peak hour, if that, during the training, and they can they're looking at this building, I'm sure the HVAC system is the thing, that and the computers are just sucking up the energy in here. And if we're getting clobbered at between 3 and 4 in the afternoon or something, maybe they can tell us. I don't know. I don't know the system and what they can do. But if they're seeing a big sink in, a huge amount of energy being used by the HVAC system during hot months, during the afternoon hours, and in cold months, during other hours, it would seem to me that then they would have to look at what's happening to that HVAC system. And one of the big problems, and I always harp on it, is the second floor opening here right over the top of the lobby. And getting that closed off may pay for itself. Because from this report, half of the demand charges, cost of demand charges in this building alone.
Yeah.
So it would, during the training, I hope somebody brings up demand charges if and when that happens.
I mean, I know that, when the analysis that I had done, which was the library and Clubhouse 6, demand charges, they were running 33% and 36% respectively. So I'm just wondering.
33.
Yeah, which is low compared to what this building is. I mean, I think, last August, this building was 57%. Rather significant figure. So we really need to address this issue of demand. It's a lot of money.
The demand charges are going to be here, no matter what.
We know that there's going to be, but we can affect them. We can bring them down.
The overall cost per kilowatt for this building on a one-year sample, I found it to be about 15.6 cents per kilowatt. I live 3 miles down the road. I pay about 14 cents per kilowatt. So you don't have electricity charges. They're out of line. There's no demand charges that are really spiking against you. I understand that it looks like an expense that you can kind of alter, but you're really not paying that much. If you guys look at your own electricity bills, you're going to be paying 14, 15 cents per kilowatt, and that's what you're paying here. So we can definitely explore anything you'd like, though.
And if the Melrock tool or some other tool can tell us that, then hey, what can we do? If they can actually look at something and say, we see your dampers going on and off, and that air conditioning system is turning itself on and off excessively, and you're creating wear on the system and you're doing other things like that, then, something you at least need to know, and maybe if you can find a root cause for that, where you're overheating one zone on the second floor as opposed to another, and, level load it and other things like that, at least the analysis, when they're doing the analysis for us, if that's what they're going to do for us, is have them look at those things.
Absolutely. That's precisely what Melrock's software does, and what my expectation of the analysis will include.
Yeah. The other thing, do we have, how many units going up on this building? How many units?
HVAC units?
I'm sorry, for Melrock, or?
No.
We have three
How many
units. We have-
compressors do we have?
There's several compressors in each one of those units because, with the technology now, they don't have to have one big compressor. Wherever the demand is, that compressor for that area will come on.
Do we have
So-
something that basically prevents more than one going on at any one time so that we don't get, a huge surge?
So one of the things that we did because of the mezzanine here is we moved some sensors around the corner more towards the break areas so that the readings would be more accurate because of the door and the breezeway and all that, the readings were off and it made that cycle constantly. That unit was cycling off and on. So now that's not happening anymore now that we moved that sensor.
When did that happen? How long ago?
That was probably about 3 to 4 months ago.
So there's some data out there. You could see year over year whether that has affected the energy consumption in here.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
We can certainly try to isolate those things.
Okay.
All right. So the item that Director Moldow requested was to see the agenda item, I believe it was page 13, agenda item number 13, pages 1 to 3 in sequential order. So if you look on your dais or your dais screens or up on any of the screens here in the boardroom, so I'll take you through it. So if you look at agenda item 13, page 101, if you look on your dais screens, that's actually in sequential order now. So keep in mind when you're thinking about facility-related demand charges and time-related demand charges, those are two different things when you're talking about energy consumption. They're two different things. At GS1 service accounts or general service accounts in the mutuals, generally for your laundry rooms and common area walkways, sprinkler systems, those items are referred to as customer account charges. When you get to a bigger account or a bigger service account, generally like GS2 or GS3 here at the community center, they're called facility-related demand charges. Essentially what they are is they are the maximum amount of demand that you are requesting from Edison system in one 15-minute interval period. Okay, so that is the maximum demand that you're witnessing, or basically that you're trying to look for. The other aspect of that is the seasonal related billing demand charges, or a time-related demand charge. These charges are associated with the summer billing cycle, and they're associated from the months of June 1st through September 30th. Those 4 periods essentially are where Edison basically recovers a lot of their energy charges, and a lot of their revenue is actually generated within those billing periods. So if you're looking at the dais screen right now, in column A, you'll see the billing months, and you'll see the GRF facilities in the preceding columns. You have Clubhouse 2, Clubhouse 5, Clubhouse 7, and the community center. So keep in mind what I said about the time for, do you have a question, Bunny? Or,
Yeah, I was
sorry,
waiting for you to finish so he could recognize me.
Oh.
But
I don't
I
mind
came in
taking-
a little late, so you might have covered this part, but it sort of touches on what you're saying now, because it might be useful looking at kilowatt per square feet for a building and then looking, because I can see like Clubhouse 2 is lower, well, that's a newer building, there's a lot of green built into the newer building. So we are looking at that too, right? Because like Clubhouse 1 shouldn't be an issue because we're going to make that all green, hopefully.
From a budget perspective, and I can only talk from finance. From a budget perspective, we look at total kilowatts consumed and the total amount billed, and basically we figure out which work centers are consuming the electricity, whether it be Clubhouse 1, the community center, Clubhouse 2, any of the clubhouses. the maintenance service yard, or items like that. And then we basically take a 3-year average and form a budget. So we're not necessarily looking at square footage or anything like that. That might be an energy management thing to do. But from a budget perspective, we're very high level. We take all the consumption, the total cost, and we basically figure out over a 3-year average what we project for them to consume in the next year. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yes,
Oh, go ahead.
So I know the report that we have in our package is kind of really gobbledygook because the months are also in a weird order. Couldn't understand why it was that way.
Correct.
But this looks much better.
Yes.
But my main question is if you look at certain areas like Clubhouse 7, no, not that one, Community Center, the first month on this chart shows $27,000.
Correct.
As opposed to months below, which are 9 and 8,000. Why is there so much difference? What did we do differently? Similarly, in Clubhouse 7 too, there are certain months which are $2,000 as opposed to other months where they are 5 and 6,000.
Different rates.
So now I can understand the difference in the clubhouse because it could be busy or not busy.
Summer rates.
The community center is busy the same way every month, every day.
So those drops, if I could speak?
Sure, of
Those
course.
drops, if you notice, those are in the winter months where the demand for the AC is not there. So those months are naturally going to be lower months.
You also have different rates.
And you do have different rates, but I mean, imagine a 90-degree weather outside, what we're doing for the inside.
But then don't we use the system to heat the place? We may not be cooling it, but we are heating it.
For
Natural
instance,
gas, that's
Yeah,
natural.
so like this building here has a boiler run by gas.
Oh.
And that's where we draw our heating from,
Oh.
not electricity. Of
Okay.
course, it has to blow, so there's blowers that are blowing the air, but mainly it's the
But it
gas.
comes from the same vent?
Yes.
Yeah, it
Yes.
comes out of the same
Yes.
vent.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
It's a hot water system.
Okay.
Yeah, additionally, on top of that, and that's an excellent observation. On top of that, remember what I said about the billing periods, how it's summer and winter. Summer starts on June 1st, and those incorporate the time-related demand charges. So those are essentially the charges that are only there during, those 4 periods or 4 months, essentially. But what they do is when you're looking at a bill, the bill is generated off of, or the time-related demand charges are generated off of 2 periods. They're generated off of the mid-peak period that you're consuming electricity off of Edison's grid, and then the other one is the on-peak period. So they take the 2 highest periods, essentially when we're using electricity and we're using the condensers or compressors, what are they? The compressors upstairs to basically cool down the building, and they take your highest demand charge within those 2 billing periods and in a 15-minute interval, and they say, okay, this is how much your demand is for on-peak for a time-related demand charge, and this is how much your demand is going to be for a mid-peak time-related demand charges. It only occurs in the summer. But those charges, just to give you an example of what they were in for this building, since we're here, in September in the July billing period. So if we're looking at this, right? If we're looking at row 16, July, or 2019 July, and you look at the $19,331 under the community center column, when we were paying the time-related demand charges, it was 261 kilowatts, and that was the on-peak demand charge, and under the generation portion of it, and it was $19.55 per kilowatt. So the difference between what you're paying with facility-related demand charges and other rate schedules is that you're paying a higher fixed cost, so that way you have lower energy costs. So per kilowatt, you're only paying roughly around 5 cents during an off-peak period. But if you're on a different rate schedule, that all of a sudden can become like 13 cents, 14 cents. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. But we chose this rate schedule, and I recommended it personally, and the reason is because we do not shift our basically our consumption behavior, and that goes across the whole entire community. We don't go to clubhouses and shut off air compressors. The rooms are always open, or there's always occupied by something. So we just don't have a policy like that. But it's always better to pay a higher fixed cost because we're always going to be consuming during the winter period. So just to give you an example, around 60% of your guys' consumption occurs roughly in the off-peak and super off-peak periods for this building. But, that's where you can see the big drops in, December, January, February, where those time-related demand charges aren't associated with the account. So if I'm going fast, and if it sounds like I'm just rambling on, it's because it's a lot of information. There's a lot of things to factor in when you're thinking about a service account with Edison, not just any commercial account, but especially this community center, which is the highest rated consumption service account in all of GRF. Before the towers, before we transitioned from PCM to VMS, when we had towers, they actually had a higher rate schedule because they were on GS8, which is the biggest one that I'm aware of, besides having your own substation. So this is essentially the biggest account here within the facility. But hopefully that answers your question, Kush, that essentially, it's seasonal. We're not using the air conditioning as much. And then basically, it's associated with demand charges. But there's also a graph that I would like to show you, or if you want, we can go to the next page.
If you want to hold for 1 second.
Sure, of course.
My observation in this is that what you've presented here has made it understandable much better than this.
Oh, yeah.
So please, in the future, don't include this. And if you can write 2-3 lines below in text so we can understand, because I am not an electrical engineer or an accountant either.
Sure.
So we don't understand this gobbledygook.
No problem.
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
So it's easier for a layperson who's sitting in a meeting can understand. Because I had some notes put over here on the previous page. Peaks and valleys. And what kind of order is this? Because the months were also upside down.
Right. And that was an oversight on my part. I
Yeah.
apologize to everyone for that.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Yeah, of
appreciate
course.
it. It's easier to understand now.
Any other comments?
I have a question for Guy. These other clubhouses, do they use hot water heating in the wintertime, or is this the only building that uses the hot water?
I wish I can tell you I haven't worked on those. That would be maintenance that, works on those buildings. They could tell you what the systems are. Because I was, intimately on this building, I understand it more so. That would be an Ian question, or one of his crew members could, give you that answer.
Right, 'cause
I
I
don't
really-
think so. I really don't think so.
Yeah, I know they've all got gas, but they don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
So they are using their HVAC systems on the heating side.
Yeah, there are, I know of another boiler, but I couldn't tell you where it's located. But there is another boiler in one of the facilities that the same principle uses the hot water for heating.
Right, okay, thank you.
And then, so that was page 1. If you guys would like to go to the next page, I can explain it, or I can show you the graph that kind of just summarizes a lot of the explanation in terms of the billing timing of the different rates. So I will move over, and then
Isn't that beautiful?
if we are looking at this, and I'll get it as big as I can on your
This is
guys'
not
screen.
enough package.
Oh, yeah, it's this is something I made. So if you turn your guys' attention to the screen, so this would be a summary or a visual projection of what the difference is in terms of, the time of the year, how much you're spending on facility-related demand charges, and then also to how much it compares to how many kilowatts the demand charges are using to total basically the dollar amount. So if you're looking at the chart, if you look at the first column, August of 2018, you can see that in August of 2018, we paid $15,654 of demand charges. So that's, I didn't split it out between time-related demand charges and facility-related demand charges. It's simply a total of all the demand that was charged to this one account. And we're talking specifically here at the community center. So 368 total demand kilowatts associated to $15,554 worth of charges. Now remember, that seems like an astronomical amount of money, and it is. But keep in mind that this rate schedule is geared towards paying a higher fixed cost during the summer periods, so that way you can keep your overall energy costs at a per kilowatt basis much lower. Because we're always going to be consuming. We're always going to have off-peak, mid-peak, and on-peak periods. However, it's difficult for 4 periods of the year, but remember, there's 6 others where you're still demanding a lot of the electricity as well. It's almost, it's a higher fixed cost for lower energy. The other side of that coin would be there are facility-related demand charges, but there are not time demand-related charges that are associated with the account. But your kilowatt cost per kilowatt is much, much higher. We're talking 31 cents, like 33 cents per kilowatt. So it's a gamble. It's what do you want to do? For me, and my recommendation, it was always to take the sure thing, take the high fixed cost, so that way you can have lower energy consumption at a per kilowatt cost throughout the whole entire year. That was always my recommendation. And there's also tools on Edison's website where you can put in your service account number and it will compare it to you. And without having that tool available at the time of this recommendation, I went back and made sure that we were still on it, and it did recommend that we stay on this one, which is GS3, which is the default one. We didn't change to critical peak pricing, which is one of the other things that Edison recommended that we do. But since we don't change our behavior during critical peak pricing events, it's better just to take the higher fixed costs and ensure that we have the safest bet possible. So if you're looking here, and Kush, going back to your point where you said, hey, in October, December, and January, why is it so much lower? And you can visually see where the seasonal billing period aspects of Edison's billing cycles essentially change. So you can see that the time-related demand charges are no longer applicable in October, because it ends October 1st, November, December, and January, and so on and so forth. Again, you can see it start back up on June, and you can see it going through the latter of the year. I did want to point out one thing, going back to EMS and stuff like that. I don't know exactly when we installed the new EMS or the new compressors up on top of the building, but as you can see, from August to August, something has drastically changed where we're paying almost about $4,000 less in demand charges. I don't know if that's the equipment, but I'm going to take an assumption that it's most likely the new system. I don't know what else that we've done at the building besides the air curtains and keeping other energy initiatives that I might not be aware of, to help mitigate costs and stuff like that. So that's my observation, just generally at a high level.
EV charge?
The reduction of EV charges, or
the inclusion?
No. We've saved money. Like if you look at the screen, so if you look at August 2018,
yeah,
and then if you look at August 2019, in terms of demand charges, there's almost about $4,000 less. So I don't know if we had more charging, I would imagine it would go up. But
that could be the new air conditioner.
That's what I think. And the air curtains that we put in downstairs, to keep the atmosphere in and stuff like that. So there's the small things and the big things that generally add up. But these are huge things that kind of visually give you an idea of the savings that are occurring from the practices that you guys are asking us to implement for you.
Right. This is just a general question for anybody to answer. Have we wrung out all of the conservation that we can out of this building in terms of lighting? We've got a more efficient HVAC system now, for sure. That would be one. Or is anybody looking at wringing out any more, using technology to make things even more energy efficient, with the idea in mind that there must be a point at which if we could lower the energy consumption to a certain point, your recommendation, you may want to revisit that if we can lower the energy consumption here. Now, that's great, $4,000, from August to, that's great. But if there's anything else we can do, maybe that, you're looking at that all the time. I guess that's what I'm getting at. When you start seeing this, if somebody's watching this and watching that through conservation efforts, this building is becoming becoming more energy efficient.
Right.
That way, and using less energy, then at some point, you might want to readdress that fixed rate that you've, and go to a different rate schedule.
Right, right.
So
And-
you're looking at that, you're always, do you look at that frequently, or, do you look at it over a year to year, or what?
Generally during the budget season, we can kind of factor in any of the, this would be the best way that we would quantify it essentially.
Right.
When you look at a chart, you look at the figures and you kind of say, okay, what kind of happened? Those are the kind of the big things that, I remember off the top of my head. And like I said, I think that that's attributed to this. I don't, there wasn't any outstanding billing that I noticed or anything like that. But in terms of rate schedule changes, I'll be 100% honest. I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm not an expert in, electrical decay and figuring out, what the best rate schedule is. I did the best that I thought I did. Edison agrees with me, thank goodness. But it's always difficult for me to even take Edison's recommendation, honestly, simply because it's a for-profit company. I don't know. I would imagine that there's got to be some type of internal governance and some type of, oversight where they say, okay, if someone's going to use a rate schedule analysis, we better make sure it's the lowest one because we have to do that. But the best person to ask would most likely be your energy consultant, to kind of crunch the numbers and, and that could be a very big ticket item that could save, the corporations, and not just GRF, but maybe the mutuals as well. A lot of, hardware implementation, let's say with like energy infrastructure or something like that. And simply just looking at the numbers and the details and the figures and the projections to kind of make a model to be like, okay, this scenario, that was what you're currently on, we recommend this because, of X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. I'll be honest, I'm not an energy expert, but that's my recommendation is to utilize the consultants, and their analysts, have incredible amounts of expertise in this industry and, doing stuff like this. And it almost seems like this most efficient bang for your buck kind of thing, where if you just take data, get a bunch of, statistical analysts in a room and kind of just quantify it to produce a result, I think that would be, the very high level thing to do to potentially save a lot of money.
So one other question. Do you get notified when Edison's going to change your rate schedule?
So no, and fun fact, they do it all. So they do it in the middle of a billing period. So, for example, this billing period for July 5th through August 5th for this building, it was a 31-day billing period. 21 days was billed for facility-related demand charge at $11.89. The other 10 days were billed at $11.30.
Right.
But all the other charges went up as well, the energy costs for on-peak, mid-peak, and off-peak. So instead of having a one-page nice summary, you have an explosion of numbers that essentially kind of convey that, hey, we changed it. And the only notice that we really get is at the bottom of the bill, it says, hey, we changed your rate. Like, if you want to see more information, go to Edison website.
So don't they have to go to the CPU?
They do, but we don't get notifications that like, hey, like it's going to decrease by a fraction of a penny. Like there might be a notification that maybe we can sign up with the PUC to see something like that. But keep in mind, if you're playing if they do this for on-peak periods, or if you're playing the what-if scenario, you only get to change rate schedules once in a 12-month period. So if once you go to something, that's it. You're on that, regardless if it's good, bad, or ugly for you, for that, for 12 periods, essentially, before you could switch again. So, but yeah, I would imagine there's some type of notification, but the amounts, are generally with the per kilowatt costs are fractions of a pennies. And then, with the facility-related demand charges, it might be 50 to 30 cents, depending on, what rate schedule it is.
Have we asked our rep whether or not they can provide us with submissions to the CPUC?
We have not asked Nancy, who is fantastic, by the way. We have not asked her, but I would imagine I can just do some research and figure out from the Public Utility Commission's website to get like some type of daily email or something like that to see, maybe just to see if there's like a rate schedule case that's in front of them, or, a proposal, or, an advice letter that's, pending or, in the process of being approved, something like that.
There must be some
There's got to be
industry letter
right
that goes
So
out.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look to see what I can find and keep my eye out for anything.
Bert,
There's a consumer advocacy group that puts that out. I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That concludes, unless anybody has anything else, that concludes the consent calendar.
Bert, I would suggest we
Take
take
a
a
break?
5-minute break and stretch our legs.
Yeah,
and-
I will, I agree.
Okay.
Let's all stretch.
What time do you want to meet back here?
I can't see the time.
25 after?
2:14?
According to my.
2:25.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Oops, I think it was a worthwhile discussion on the consent calendar.
I told you it was going to last to 6.
Laura, did you get the,
Turbo on our calendar.
I thought at that GRF meeting, that they were told to go buy that $500 thing. I thought we did. I don't remember, no. I thought we did.
Carl, you got the email from Laura.
January 29th.
Is that okay with you? I didn't get any feedback that day's
Yeah,
not-
no, I
Oh,
sent.
you sent it
there
to
was a-
John? I
no,
told
there
John
was-
to.
No, there was a little blurb on there and
It
says,
said,
can
"Accept."
you make it? And I said,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. good.
I don't know where that
Okay,
goes.
Then I'll say yes. It goes to her. So I'll
Okay.
say yes too, and then hopefully John says yes. Is he out of town?
No, I haven't heard from him.
Okay, I'll say, because I didn't want to do anything.
And, you know, I really didn't mean to sort of bite your head off, but I was hit with 4 million things happening simultaneously, okay? And it was,
That was her fault. She never, Ernesto told her to coordinate with him, she never did. She just picked a date out of the 16
yeah,
slots.
and, you know, when Catherine has an issue with, you know, she'll contact us and say, there are 3 dates available, which one can you make? I got this all of a sudden, there's a meeting, and it's like next week, and I'm saying, wait a minute.
Yeah, she did not coordinate.
Oh, yeah.
She just sent out the notice.
How's the kitchen cabinet?
They're still working, I'll tell you. I mean, it's taking me forever to do. The sanding is the worst part. It takes forever to sand these things down so that you can actually put, and there's 2 coats of primer and 2 coats of regular paint that go on top of that. It just takes a long time.
I saw your wife. That's
Yeah, I know, she told me she saw you.
Did you hear anything from KCI?
Excuse me?
Did you hear anything from
JCI?
JCI?
Oh, yeah, we're trading letters. I have one letter right now that Brian and Ernesto is looking at to, regarding my response to them. They came back and said, no, guys gotta meet the contract and blah, 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 you know. We want our M&V contract every year, $16,000, and then we'll maybe give you some money back.
That's the
I
funniest
said,
thing I've ever heard.
I had school, and that's what I said, and Brian took a look at it. That was just yesterday I sent it off to Brian, because we've been writing letters back and forth, so that's where I am right now. And I sent a copy to Jeff Bowman. So, I don't know.
Sounds like they're digging in.
They're digging in, and I'm not gonna give up. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, unless the board has something different to say. I mean, they're not willing, I thought they would come back and say, fine, you know? No, they sort of pointed to the contract, and I said, you can't point to the contract on your side, and not point to the contract on our side, because you were disingenuous. You were not very, your integrity was not very good, because you basically didn't give us a change order, didn't tell us that this would be a detriment to us, okay? There's a fatal, the fact that we have these things at 2 degrees, and the fact that the heat from the ground heats up the panels, okay? And then the third thing is the fact that if they're at 2 degrees, they always accumulate dirt because the manufacturer says you should put them at 10 degrees.
I go around and I see installations, I think, at schools and things.
Yes, I'll keep you posted on anything.
And even at hospitals, they're at the angle. It's not 2 degrees.
Exactly. And now they're basically saying, well, you guys agreed to it. And I said, you can't tell me that, because we relied on you, and you were the engineer of record, and you were the experts. And now you can't tell, well, you guys are signed off on it. I says, we signed off on the fact because you told us it was good. Now we're finding out it's not good. So your integrity is in jeopardy.
Right. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
We'll figure it out.
Fun again.
So that was the last,
You're welcome.
the
I
last
don't see you. Have a
letter,
good
and I
weekend,
haven't
but
sent it out to
before I
them yet
leave,
because
I'll
I'm
give you
waiting
an
for Beaumont to get back.
All right, thanks, Brent.
So, what do you think about LCD zoning? I told you it was water.
I don't know what the hell, I don't know what the hell that's all about.
I said to her, why are you doing this? All you do is scream. And somebody's like,
I don't know why she would. I don't know.
she told me, oh, this stress.
I mean, I know she worked for the IRS, maybe that's the reason, because if you work for the IRS, you don't have any stress in this.
I have stress from the
I had a
IRS, and I
lot,
don't work
oh yeah, I
for it.
used to get stressed. I mean, I had a lot of stress in my job, okay, trust me, okay, and I manage a projects, okay, that I do, okay, but the thing right now is, okay, this is annoyance more than stress, okay?
Exactly.
It's an annoyance, okay? I don't get any stress from this, okay, I just get annoyed. But
Me too. What'd you order?
I didn't order anything, they ordered it for us.
No,
so
but look, they
our
got your
friend-
name on there.
Yeah, I put my name on it.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Because
you
I
know
thought it
what,
was
you
gonna be
did.
moving.
How you doing, bro? Good. What's up? What are you doing?
Oh, just lots of money.
I can see the radiation. Everybody looks at it, we always know it's slow.
Yeah, you have it on your cell phone, because that's the only one that.
Well, that's, that's right. I'm talking about water.
He's still looking at it, it has to. We've had. Yes, we do, but Andre announced it on the. Okay, so. Three electric heat pumps.
I don't know anything about that sign. I was told the lawyer had to give his.
Oh, board approval. And we're not gonna have board approval.
Yeah, but the thing right now is, okay, subject to interpretation that everything else. If you give them the right to approve based on a slam dunk, we only due diligence, you, something, that's still no, spirit That's why Jeff is involved. Jeff says, you know, I think about it.
And it wasn't even just that, and I remembered making a pivot table of that, pivot tables, and so like I just copied that format, and I should have done it, like I should have been
Jeff Beaumont,
yeah, that's exactly right.
No, I don't think so. Unless they're from, they don't have social.
Yeah, so we're saying exactly.
I'm just looking at vote on to take his place, or it's not final yet. He just gave us warning. And then, who's the other person? She sent me an email. Wanted to know how I feel between.
So who's going to run the meeting next week?
Well, that's what it is. She wants, first she said, well, who's going to take his place on the board? And then, we'll probably do the next meeting. That'll be it. It's a health issue.
I mean, if she wants, I could chair the meeting.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you'd probably move into that position. But we're looking at the opening on the board.
Can we get going?
Where's the, I'm looking for the gavel. Here it is. Let's pull this thing together.
Still on the air. I wonder why it's being here.
Okay. We're at item number 16. Comments on the tech update from October the 18th, 2019. And I invite any comments that you'd like to make on their presentation, recommendations.
Why don't we do 14?
Where is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Right, 14. I turned that over to staff.
Okay, let me pull up that report. So on one of these pages, I know, I put it together.
Do we have copies for the panel?
I'm sorry, so the report is in the agenda. It's really an update of what we received. I'm going to have Lori pull up the map. So basically, we're provided direction to audit the pathway lights in Third Mutual that are owned by SCE. So we retained Siemens to go out and perform an audit, and they did. They brought back to us a report with a map, a GIS, and they took pictures of every location. So we have pictures of every location. Here's the map. Yeah, but we're going to focus on the pathway lighting. So just you saw in the legend what the pathway lighting, can you go back over there? So we're just looking at the yellow dots because that's what's isolating the pathway lightings from any street lightings or anything else that we've audited in the past. So we have 260 identified pathway lights that are Edison owned. We have a report that they gave us information on each of them, whether they were concrete, what style. I have a whole list here. I don't have, do you have that? Yeah. So this is all the information that they provided. It's up on the screen so you can see it. So after they identified all the locations, they came back and they gave us this report. And on the report, it gives, different items. They provided an ID, the street name, which they're not on streets, they're between the manors, but they will give us the closest street that's near where the light is located. Plus, we have the map to see exactly where it's located. They've also given us longitude and latitude. We could look it up and, locate exactly where that pathway light is. They provided what they felt the condition of each of those poles and lights are in. A date of when they inspected, so this is all the information that they came back with on the audit. There's 260 lights.
One thing that I see missing that I would want is the height.
The height's on there. The majority of these are 12 feet high, so there's a height.
I didn't see it.
Like where it says 96, is that 96?
Yeah, 96 inches.
Oh, okay.
So 8 feet,
Yeah. Okay, got it.
I wonder where they say they couldn't find a tag?
There's no tags on most of these.
You know where I found tags on them, that you wouldn't know it. They wrapped it around.
Yes.
They were aware of that.
Yeah, there's a band at the top that they would wrap on, yeah. The majority of them were just missing from age, been weathered. The rivets that they riveted them with came, deteriorated and they fell off and who knows what happened to them.
How does Edison know where to go with poles?
Well, that's one of the major issues that we have. So what we ask for, and resident service will ask, well, what manor are you in and where's it in relations to your manor? That's one way. What street are you located off of? That's another way. So we really send them out kind of blind. One of the other things that we've asked to do is, if as the security drives around, if they see something out, that they tie a yellow a caution tape around it, because then we can tell Edison, hey, we've marked it with yellow caution tape, so, to help them identify. Really, outside of a tag, it's hard. And not only that, a lot of the residents won't provide a tag number, even if there is a tag. And we do request it. Did you look on the pole to see if there was a tag? And
Bill, where did you see the tag or see if it was?
That's down to the bottom.
What's that?
Where is the tag, you said?
Down to
Well,
the bottom.
on some of the 8 to 12-foot poles on the walkways, they actually put the tag right at the base of the fixture where the
That's right.
pole and the fixture come together.
Oh.
And a lot of them the ones on the
pull up the
streetlights are
picture.
embedded in the concrete poles. So there's a tag there that you can see. That's not always the case on the walkway lights. The guy's correct. It's a problem.
here's one of the poles. Again, so at every one of these IDs, these GIS IDs, they provided a picture that corresponds with that ID number. And they also provided the street. So this, each tag has a number on it.
These are all Third Mutual?
Yes, these are all third pathway lights owned by SCE. So now we have the ability to go on to the map and, identify these locations. So we've given this to resident services so that they can help identify where they're located as well. So it's helpful to have this information. We know what's in our community as far as what SCE is providing.
Now,
Are these all old fixtures on the top?
Yeah, they're all the
all mushrooms.
They look
old
like
mushroom
newer style things.
fixtures.
Some of them are.
They're all high-pressure sodium.
If they had to, if
pressure
Edison felt the need to replace them, it would be on them to make that determination.
So how much are the?
There's one with the band, there's one with those tags, the one that's up there right now.
Right.
That's one of those tags that you were.
Yeah.
Okay. My curiosity would be, what do we think it would take for Edison? How much would it cost them if we said, take those poles out and we would buy our own? I mean, just as an approximation.
We have reached out to Edison, part of your previous request to save the existing infrastructure
Right.
and transfer it to this in the event that we do purchase this. We are exploring the options. Siemens going to be.
I mean, I
providing
would
us
like to
a
make
quote.
them an offer based upon what we think is a fair offer, not as much as we paid them for the streetlights.
We have reached out to Edison. They did reply that they were not interested in selling them. Mr. Jeff Parker, your CEO,
Okay.
is exploring it personally.
Because our contract basically says if we said to them, we don't want these anymore, they have to take them out.
Why don't we want them?
No, it's just a game.
Holding them hostage.
Yeah.
What
If it's going to cost them $400 or $500 per
kind
pole,
of an ROI would you get on this?
and I can go buy a pole for a couple of $100, which I priced out, okay?
But you've also got the issue, Bert,
Of
they
what?
own the wiring that supplies the electricity. And what does the contract say there? Can they pull their wiring out?
You would not be
They
allowed
can-
to
I don't
touch
think
it.
they can do that.
Well, that's.
The CPUC, I think,
It's not, we can't have any discussion. What we need to do is if you want to go down that road, you better have a bunch of questions for them.
right.
To have your
Okay,
answers.
I'm not arguing that, but I don't think they can take the wiring out.
Okay.
I think the CPUC would be, if we're saying we need a service at this point, they have to provide it. They have to provide it. That's,
Yeah.
So we reached out, see if they're interested in selling them to us, like they did the streetlights. They came back, no, we're not interested in selling them. So now it's in Jeff Parker's court. He's going to try to champion that, so.
but, you know, we should know if we could take that approach that says, take them out. Okay, you're not going to sell them to us? Take them out. We'll put in our own poles. This is something that gives leverage.
I understand your use of leverage, sir, but it's Edison. This is a very, very powerful company
Yeah.
that has the ability to hurt you. And you're kind of, and they have in the past. And
Oh, absolutely.
going down this road is extraordinarily risky.
From the demarcation on the streetlights below, we don't have any say what happens with their infrastructure from that demarcation. And when we asked them during the time that, and I believe you were in that, and I don't know how many years, 3 years ago, when we were exploring, the possibility of purchasing, and they put us on a list to let us know if we could purchase the streetlights. We also asked, well, we would like to take over the infrastructure too, so we have full control, and they wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't want the total infrastructure because I wouldn't want the underground cabling.
Well, then you can add lights where you want to add lights. I mean, we explored it at that time, because if they did turn it over to us, then we can do what we wanted with it. But right now, basically, we own the poles, but anything at that demarcation on that pole below, they are responsible for and maintain.
Right.
Doug Rhodes, 30F. Just a quick comment.
Get the mic.
Wouldn't the light location show up on the Arbor Pro aerial photographs? Those should be detailed enough to help you isolate them.
Well, we already got the location, is what we're
Well, I
saying.
mean, to literally see where the location is, visual from above. It should be in their, in their visuals. That's all.
Well, this is really a third mutual issue. Okay?
We are getting to it.
Okay. Third has,
Like I explained to you upstairs this morning, we are waiting for the street light install, so we know, because phase 2, what we want to do is, after the street lights are done, I'm sure there are going to be patches where it's going to be dark. So we will need to brighten that up too. And we are planning to do walkway lights along that. And at that time, we will start the process about those walkway lights. But these, I don't know how, we haven't thought about it on these lights. So your thought is good about putting our own poles, but they should allow us to do that.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like you're strong arming. But I strongly believe in one theory of mine, and that is if you live in the water, You don't pick a fight with the crocodile.
That's,
And, correct?
Could we put this on an item for future, on the future agenda? Because it's, I mean, this, I don't think Third's ready to discuss this, Bert. Or Kush, they're hooked into their streetlights right now.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't, my advice as an advisor would be to put this somewhere where you know that you not only have streetlights for the Edison poles, but you have the bollards over in gates 5 and 6 that.
Agreed.
You got
So
it.
we're waiting for the next 3 months. By what, March, April, we should have street lights.
April, the streetlights should be here, and they'll install them at that time.
Yeah, so by March, April, streetlights will be in, if not all of it, some part of it, so we get a
Right.
grasp of it. That would also be budget time, starting the budget time.
Right.
So we will be able to appropriate some money in the budget for the next 2021. And that, progress it that way. We don't want, we have some issues that are going to cause issues for our budget. I would only want to mention one very important one, that is the insurance. Insurance is costing us a lot more this year than it has in the past.
Yeah.
So, and we will be over our budget for insurance. So, and there are 3 or 4 other things similar to that. So, we don't want to get strapped and have to borrow money from reserves or stuff like that. Or
All I was suggesting is that you keep this project in mind for, okay,
Of
next year,
course.
and keep it on future items.
You guys will keep me on track.
Okay.
I know that.
And we don't need to discuss this anymore.
Yeah. So, in the interest of time, I think this is the best, and let's move further.
have someone to speak for me?
Yeah.
I would just like, when you have these reports, that you be a little bit more accurate as to what it is. It says Third Mutual SCE walkway lighting locations. You're talking pathway lighting locations, very different on the 6, 8-foot poles, whatever they are, as opposed to the walkway lighting, which are, I call them bullets, pallets, whatever, that are there. Now, I live between 5 and 6 gates, and that's the one way we can tell what's Third and what's United. United has the pyramid kind. And,
We can clarify that. Those are actually landscape lighting, not walkway lighting.
Well, and we call it walkway lighting, and it's our differences, and if you're going to say walkway lighting, you need to talk about those. If you're going to talk about pathway lighting, it needs to say pathway lighting, which are very different things.
Thank you. Okay. No other comments?
Next.
Item 17, how SCE power outage notifications affect Laguna Woods. That has to,
We missed 16. We missed 16.
miss 16? Oh, I'm sorry. Right, back up. Comments on tech report that we had received? Anybody make? Actually, we need a comment separately from United and each of the corporations.
I'll give you my 2 cents from Third, is that it was a report. It told us what we pretty much already knew, that we have an inadequate electrical system. And, I won't dwell on, all of the details on that. I guess my feeling is that if Third feels it's of value to look at the 3-story buildings and look at the service panels and the electrical wiring that's in those garages and carports and whatever, Third needs to come up with a strategy of what they want from a consultant. They need to know, are the panels at the end of life? What are some alternatives? They suggested maybe sub-panels. Is that a patchwork? Do they want to do a patchwork thing on it, or do they want to go full bore and change the service panels. What does that imply for the electrical infrastructure that SCE has in place, and whether SCE is going to have to come in and make changes, and just sit down in a planning session or in a brainstorming session and talk about how they want to approach the problem of spending a bunch of money to bring that electrical system. I'm not talking about to the manors. I'm just talking about right to the building from Edison, what they want to accomplish, and then have tech tell them what it's going to cost them, and what are all of the variables, from SCE variables to the way the building is constructed, whatever, that they're going to have to deal with in going forward. If that's, now maybe people that are on the third board now have a different, have different agenda, and that could be true too. But when we started this out, my understanding was we were going to look at the, 58 three-story buildings, and look at that's both the LH21s and the 53 and the Garden Villa buildings, and see if
one in all.
28, 81.
LH21s.
81 in all.
81 and all, right. And just see, which ones, do an assessment to see which ones are really in need of a change right now, and then build a program that over a long period of time to figure out how you're gonna upgrade that.
Well,
If it.
I think we may have to make first determination as to how we're going to do EV charging, because that is probably going to be the greatest load increase that we're putting on the electrical infrastructure.
That seems to be, at this point, the biggest driver in this process, and a lot of it has to do with charging of golf carts in combination with electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And with this, if we can get some accuracy in some of these reports, and I think that they with the most vehicles, whether it's a golf cart or a regular vehicle, that are putting the most stress on that particular system.
Yeah.
But I think the first thing we need to look, we need to have them, come up with a plan. You got to come up, ask them what you want. What do you want to do? Ask the third board what they want to do, and then go to tech and tell them what are the things you want them to tell you.
That we couldn't do on our own?
Well, I
mean,
don't know.
what does tech add to the equation?
Well, that's what the discussion has got to talk about.
All right.
Yeah.
Coach?
What you're talking about, the upgrade in the building, are they all related towards the EV charging or something else?
They're related to the fact that you've got a 55-year-old, in many of the buildings, they're 55-year-old electrical structure. If they come back and say, no, that's going to be fine for another 50 years, then, that's one thing. But if they're saying, as they said in the meeting, you're reaching end of life on these service panels.
My reason for asking this question was that recently I saw a kind of a location built where you can take your car and charge it, just like we have over here. Maybe we should think about that and do 3-4 locations like that, instead of going and upgrading all our buildings' infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, which is going to cost us multi-million dollars, from what I understood. So if we were to spend money for people to come and charge their cars, build a bank of 10 or 20 at a time, or near the clubhouses, where we can make the money at a smaller amounts and use the same principle or the example where, if possible, to get a rebate from SCE, I know the entrance of Clubhouse 7 is an open entrance, and we can use that. What is that area called, Laurie? That we,
Parcel 3?
parcel 3. There's an open land.
Pickleball court.
Right, what I'm saying,
Possible, whatever. it
where
is.
they-
Kush, all I'm saying really is, before you come up with solutions for this, you need to call a meeting with Third Mutual, look at the report, talk about where you want to go from here, okay? And what you want to do, this is my thought. It doesn't mean it
It's
has
just
to
like
be.
yours, I am just
Right,
giving mine.
but the
Yeah.
point is that once you come up with what you want to do, if you think that the problem is EV charging, then that would be the emphasis maybe where you would go. But if you think the problem is that in the next 10 years, you've got to consider changing out the service panels in all those buildings, then you need to develop a program. But discussing it here, you need participation of the third board members, and just
Of
sit down in a
course.
meeting. And I don't think discussing it here, all I'm saying is that Tech didn't give us a whole lot. And basically what Tech, if we're gonna ask Tech, we're gonna go spend money with Tech, the energy consultant, for
Right.
those who need edification there, is we're gonna have to have a strategy of what we want to accomplish, and find out if they can tell us things that we don't know. With that, once we say, these are our goals, how do we achieve those goals? And if it's easier to hire them and have them do that, then go ahead and hire them. But if you think, if the goals are self-evident in what you need to do, or you've got the expertise in-house, then maybe you don't need to hire them. But the point is, Third is got to go out and figure out what it is it wants to accomplish with its electrical infrastructure. Now, right now, granted, the breaker's going off because you've got too many golf carts and electric vehicles on a circuit.
That is a different
That's
issue.
that's one motivator, but
Right.
Anyway, that's enough.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said, and, but this was one of the other takeaways that I got, that we need to think of it differently also.
Wow.
And it's a good idea.
Bill, you and I are the only two here that own electric vehicles.
Yeah.
How happy would you have been with your electric vehicle, having to take the time to go to some location to charge it up compared to what you have today, which is basically you pull in, you plug it into your garage, and the convenience?
Yeah, I'm an old man.
Huh?
I'm an old man. I want convenience.
You want convenience.
I want to be able to do it. I don't want to have to walk from the administration building back to gate 3.
Right.
To have my car charged.
Okay.
We should, poor Judith is over here with her hand
I'm
up.
holding myself up.
Okay. Well,
I was in that meeting where TEC gave their report, and one of the things I brought from that is 6 to 10 times they used the word, there was some infrastructure sites that needed immediate attention, and then we asked them, what do you mean by immediate? And they said, well, it wasn't imminent, but within a year, need repair. And so when you made the comment, rather than fix some infrastructure at the 3-story buildings, let's put the money into charging stations, I think we really ought to keep attention to some of the old electrical infrastructure we have, because I'm always afraid my building's going to burn down. Right now, and I've checked and I've used different lights. When I turn the light on in my bedroom, it flickers for a while. Maybe someone can tell me why it does that. And then after it's been on for about 2 minutes, it stays solid. And that always scares me to maybe have an electrician come. But, so my building is 55 years old. So I'm really concerned that we don't want to not look at the infrastructure.
If you remember, I asked what his thing meant, or was it
Right.
EV charging related? And when he said yes, that's when I brought it up. If it was anything else, I would concede to that.
Okay.
So infrastructure that you are talking about is eminent. And I think Ernesto was present that day when they were doing the thing, and he recognized that, and I'm sure he's going to work on it.
So like in the carports, yeah, I think my
And with-
carport's in bad condition, yeah.
Yeah, so EV charging was one thing,
Okay.
but infrastructure was the other thing.
Okay.
Even where hot water heater, what do you call them, inline hot water heaters? Those ones, the tankless ones?
Tankless water heater.
Yeah, those are a issue too. Many people want to install them, but they can't because there's not enough juice in the line, whatever the correct word is. And that's why they can't do it. So I recognize
Yeah,
that.
I remember
So
I don't
Okay.
think you can
Doing
I just wanted to clear
infrastructure
that up, that we're not going to ignore the
yeah,
infrastructure.
infrastructure is number one, obviously.
I don't think you can separate the charging from infrastructure.
Correct.
Okay, I think you got to look at the charging because that's going to increase the load on the infrastructure. And basically, that's going to be the cause for failure first. So you got to take the two in combination,
Indeed.
okay? Secondly, I had pointed out, okay, that and this is a third problem, not a United problem. United has its laundry rooms, has its carports, and probably its solution is going to be bollards. Whereas Third has different situations. For instance, on the Garden Villa buildings, you have underground parking. You can probably consider putting a charging point at every spot that a car is parked, coming off of the panels, so that the person that has an EV, he may pay in part for the installation to come off the panel with a 220-volt line.
I suggested that.
Okay? And we put basically four conduits in every garage. And then when somebody has a car and he says he wants it put in his charger, we charge him for pulling the line, hooking into the panel, and giving him an outlet. That's a 220-volt outlet. 220-volt is ideal for an overnight charge if it's off your own meter. That's what I do. Okay? No problem. I can get with coming off my dryer outlet right now. Okay? I get 16 miles every hour. So that says if I charge overnight for 10 hours, I get 160 miles. Okay? That's probably more than significant for almost every situation that I'm going to face. So that's adequate. Okay? I can't do that when I have laundry rooms, and I can't do that when I have carports. The LH21s are probably going to be the biggest problem, okay, because we don't have laundry rooms that we can pull lines from. Basically, the 220-volt in the panels are on the sides of those buildings, and then you got to come across a parking lot. So it's going to be a major cost to do that at an LH21.
Right.
I don't know what the solution is, unless, you can figure out how to get some solar line or whatever there.
Well, see, the other thing that this is why we need to take this discussion offline so that,
Yeah.
because we've got a long day today.
Right.
But the point is too, we're going to have somebody in-house that tells us if we decide to do this, and we have whatever plan we have, they're going to have somebody who's an electrical engineer that's going to be able to tell us what kind of voltage, what kind of amperage, what kind of, all of those things that may impact what Edison is going to do and what they would force us to do. It may be caught on the Edison side.
Yeah.
It may bring more expense into it than just replacing a panel.
Well, I think it will be on the Edison side. I really do.
Yeah, and and I don't know how Edison, and so what I was getting to is that we don't have that expertise in-house to deal with Edison, because Edison is like every big bureaucracy in this country. It's siloed. A doesn't know what B's doing, and B doesn't know what C's doing, and the fact that we've finally got tech in there where they could actually tell us that Edison would pay for the transformer upgrades, that we couldn't get hide nor hair of any information from Edison on our own. We were stonewalled. And the one benefit for having somebody who has connections into Edison, who can actually talk to the right people in Edison, may be worth its weight in gold. But those are kind of decisions, these are the kinds of discussions we need to have not in the Village Energy Task Force, but in, seriously sit down in probably GRF, United, and Third, and have these discussions outside of this forum. But that would be you asked me, my suggestion is Third, if they're interested in this and going forward, needs to sit down and call a meeting or several meetings, get the right people involved, and start start laying out a strategy for what they want to do. What is their goal? And coming up with what they think, getting some strategies together.
Well, I think, though, that we could be included or as advisors.
We
If
could,
Third
I mean,
would-
we
if
could
Third
do it,
would
we
want.
could do, yeah, we could, United and Third might want to meet together. I don't know.
I mean, I was disappointed in Tech's recommendations. I don't think, even from a GRF standpoint, we got much.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would agree.
so, and then it was almost $50,000, and we got nothing. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm really.
We got imminent, a couple of imminents.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Nothing else? Juanita.
Along this line, the agenda item said comments on the tech report from October, 3 months ago. And that report said that they did task 1 and that for task 2, they would need to modify it, and they're currently awaiting direction on how to proceed. So basically, they're doing nothing right now.
Right.
And it said staff will bring TEC deliverables to future M&C meetings. I know we had to cancel ours in United last month. Is it on the agenda for there? Are we going to give them direction? We haven't spent our $50,000, only GRF has. Are we asking them to do anything else? They're just kind of sitting out there waiting. When are we going to give them direction?
Third had a presentation at their last M&C. Okay, so it's in their court right now.
Well, that's Third.
So what
And
direction
for
we gave
United,
them?
let's Carl ask.
The thing right now is, okay, we should have had a meeting back in October, November, okay? We didn't have one, okay? There was a ton of comments that I gave Steve at the time, who's now persona non grata, on this report. I gave him about 3 or 4 pages worth of comments, and he was going to discern them or whatever, okay, and then send them off, okay? That never happened because of obviously circumstances that occurred. So this went nowhere. The thing right now is, okay, one of the issues that was in there was the fact that Clubhouse 1 had some major issues. The place was going to burn down tomorrow, what have you, and MNC was going to look into this. And I guess as a result of the discussion a couple hours ago, when you talked about it, you said that you're looking into it and you're going to determine whether or not there's an actual fire hazard or whatever the hell it
Right,
is.
well, we
okay?
determined that it wasn't immediate.
Right.
We did
Exactly.
determine that, and now
That's
we're
GRF.
working.
What about United?
No, I understand that. But the thing right now is, okay, the report, the information that they had in Third is almost a copy of the information they have in United. So the comments that I made regarding that were the comments that needed to get addressed. And in addition to that, we were then going to give them some direction. But then, because of the fact that we didn't have the meeting and this whole political thing with regard to this committee, it went nowhere.
Nowhere. So we're still in limbo.
We're still in limbo.
Right.
New year, new beginnings.
Now, we do need to give TEC some direction. Maybe the direction is, sorry, I don't need to spend any more money with you people because basically you did a whole lot of nothing. But I agree with Bill about the fact that we don't have the expertise on staff to do that work. Okay? We need to have somebody do certain work, but we need to have TEC, if we use them, have a little bit more guidance with somebody that basically tells them, I want you to do this, I want you to do this, and I want you to do this, and not have them go off and do their own thing and then come back and produce what they did, because that was a lot of nice information, but you know what? I could have found that out from the candy store. So under the circumstances, we really do need to go forward with this starting this year. However, my concern right now is the fact that this whole VETF, who is the force that pushed this whole thing, seems to be still in limbo, with people complaining about the fact that, oh, this is not the right type of committee, we shouldn't be meeting and what have you. The politics is just getting a little bit out of hand. We really do need to address this as an electrical problem that needs to get addressed. And the first issue is the fact of whether or not we actually have a fire hazard. You're saying that there is no fire hazard so far, so that's a good thing, okay? But we do need to take care of some of those infrastructure issues, like Judith said, because that could possibly turn into a problem in time. In United, we already have indicated that we have places that we should put bollards at the laundry rooms for these, for this electric charging because of the fact that putting them in each of the carports is just cost prohibitive, okay? We just can't afford that. But we have the opportunity of using the laundry rooms. That information and that thing has been mentioned on numerous occasions, but nothing is done with it because of the fact that this whole thing blew up in October. And here we are in January. So we need to basically push to get some of this stuff done.
So can't Third M&C direct staff to do that, and Third and United M&C direct that for, because at one time GRF was GRF M&C/energy, and so we combined all the energy projects, because I was the chair at that time, with M&C projects. And so why can't your M&C just take over the projects needed now and use this, we're using the same consultant?
We can do that.
Go
The thing
forward
right now is
from-
we're looking for some guidance from this particular group of people who are supposed to be the talking heads.
Well, that's my suggestion, is each person here, go back to your mutual and advise them to work with staff on, on your level, because GRF, we're working on getting this, we keep bugging the attorney and Bunny. Okay, we want to do something, we got to do something now, and we keep telling them what the issues are. And I have Bunny's ear, so I will make sure that she understands now. We've got to do something.
And this is serendipitous because I received from Ernesto either yesterday evening or this morning the MNC agenda for this coming meeting in February, okay? So
Who's
I will-
MNC? Which one? GRF? or-
United's.
Oh, United. Well, you can add it as an emergency item, you can add it to the agenda.
What I'm saying. Okay.
Comes under emergency category to me.
The agenda hasn't gone out, it wouldn't be an emergency, it would just be a regular.
It's just an,
Yeah,
it's
you
just,
still have time, yeah.
it's for my review.
Okay, you have
Okay.
time to add it,
I think we've hashed it enough. We know there's a problem.
yeah.
Okay.
So, 17?
17?
Power outage?
17.
It's you.
Yeah, the reason I brought this up was the power company's position now regarding the potential cause for fires and the fact that they can, at a moment's notice, basically shut down power to Laguna Woods, and
They
we don't.
sent everyone a message, I got a message.
Yeah, okay. We have an elderly population, we have population within this community that are dependent upon continued electricity for survival. Okay, and we therefore have to provide, I think, an uninterruptible power supply. And it's something that I think we have to address. In essence, I'm talking about some form of microgrid, which says that we can function off SCE's grid for whatever defined period it is, so that we have available power. There's a lot of other factors that come into play. We really, and I don't know how much information we have with regard to the people within the community that have this need for uninterruptible power source, in essence, for their survival. Okay, oxygen machines, you name it, kidney dialysis machines. Okay, so I think this is an issue that we have to think about in the very near future, particularly if we are going to face this issue of interrupted power from the grid.
I thought Tim Moy's group was doing this. I thought Tim Moy and Security were dealing with us.
SEC has that. We have directed them to SEC to sign up with SEC if they needed that under other. We don't have that information.
I know that one of the things that they request that if you have needs like that, you need to have a UPS that will give you at least a certain amount of power, but you cannot have a non-stop UPS or a generator in this kind of a situation. So you're right.
Yeah.
We need something.
We need something.
We addressed, as Secretary of the Disaster Task Force and now the Chair, I remember in the minutes, even 6 months ago, we asked when we had one of these energy meetings that this building in Clubhouse 7 be island off as a microgrid. At that time, we were pretty sure security was moving into this building, and that's why we wanted it island off. Now, all that is up in the air without going into detail. So, we can't even look at where we would do a microgrid right now until we look at what we're doing with Clubhouse One and what we're going to be doing with this building, and I can't even say anything else. But, so there's other factors involved in play here that after, I think, the special meeting that Ernesto is going to give pretty soon will clear a lot of things up for the residents and the other directors. So that, but it's, yeah, because we were looking at this to be in the emergency operating center right now, so all we have now is generators.
The,
Yes.
the issue of having any uninterruptible power supply, when the people that need the kidney dialysis machines or whatever they need, okay, when they call up SCE, SCE says, thank you very much, we'll put you down, and that's it. Okay, all they know is, there's a couple of people that'll die if they don't have electricity, but, there's nothing I can do about it, that type of a thing, okay? So we have asked each of the people within this community that if they have that type of a machine or what have you, they have to provide some other means of powering that thing up for an hour or two or whatever it is, because we have no way to do that. And even with a microgrid, we couldn't microgrid this whole community, okay? So under the circumstances, but when you call up SCE, it's just like a placebo, okay? Thank you very much for the information, and that's it.
Try to get your area up faster than others.
Yeah, right, exactly. Give me
Yeah,
a
and
break,
that's not going to
okay?
happen if
That
it's
ain't gonna
an
happen.
emergency, that's not going to happen,
Exactly.
because I called that 800 number just out of curiosity, and they said, nope, it's up to, everyone who calls this number, we just advise them, it's their personal responsibility to have that covered with their own backup energy, and that's what their pat answer to everyone. So,
But
yeah.
normally their backup energy maximum is going to last 10, 12 hours max on a battery. And they have a means of recharging if we're down for 3 or 4 days. Like PG&E is talking about 3, 4 day power interruptions.
Can't be responsible for the whole village, so. All right, now that's out of our purview, I think,
Well,
for that part. Okay, next.
okay. Anyway, that's a major issue, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Tesla proposal for installing solar. I don't know how many of you are aware. And it's really worthwhile contacting them. They had pull this off the internet, okay? It says, select your solar, available only in California. And you can buy a 40 kilowatt system, okay, for $65,608. The printer is not very good. Yeah.
Say 69,000.
Okay. Or you can buy a 120 kilowatt unit for 142,000, or 240,000 kilowatt, or 240 kilowatt for 255,000, which basically is almost $1 a kilowatt.
But how much will it provide? Means if you bought one of these, do you have a comparison? What would they?
Well, you currently, what we installed in Third, okay, was $2.83 a kilowatt. Is
What did we
what it
install?
ran. Or watt, rather, I'm sorry. $2.83 a watt. They're looking here at almost a little over $1 a watt.
No. How much power would it provide at that level? Means 1 day's
You got
work?
240 kilowatts.
So that
Right
would
now,
be-
you got, what you installed in Third was what, 860
What did we
kilowatts,
install?
right? We installed 860 kilowatts in Third.
What did we install? I don't understand what we installed.
Solar.
Solar panel, okay. But that was only good enough for 1 or 2 buildings, correct?
No, this, actually 240 would handle Gate 14. All of Gate 14.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
for $1 a watt.
So basically, what you're saying is that it's an installation which includes the infrastructure with the inverters and everything else?
Yep.
And the
well,
racking?
That's why somebody ought to be contacting these people.
Right,
and-
so would you want to make the recommendation to Third then, that they go look at this?
I think so. The other thing is, if you don't want to put out any money, okay, Then what you can do is you can subscribe, okay? In which case, they will install it at their cost, okay? But now you signed up, if you wanted the 40 kilowatts, you'd pay $12 and, rather 12.9 cents per kilowatt hour. If you went up to 240 kilowatts, you would be paying 9.9 cents per kilowatt hour. No money down,
Understood.
okay? So
It's not my money, it's our money.
it's their money.
So, huh?
It's their money.
No, I'm saying we'll be paying, so it's our money that.
Well,
we're
right
paying.
now, you're paying how much? 17 cents?
18 cents.
18 cents?
But my question, I still haven't got a good answer, is when you buy this thing, how many buildings will it cover, or what population will it cover?
This is common area, right? We're talking only common area, we're not talking population.
Okay.
We
So
could-
like a clubhouse, you mean? Or this building?
With net metering,
You could,
with net metering, basically, they're just putting the energy back on the grid. And it's just reducing the consumption, the cost of electrical consumption for the entire Third Mutual budget of electricity. So let's say the budget, annual budget for Third Mutual electricity is $450,000. What this is gonna do is reduce that.
It's an offset. It offsets your.
yeah.
Yeah, it's offset. It's gonna
Yeah.
offset it.
Anyway, solar has come down to the point where it really, I mean, it's, just think in terms of, even if it was costing, instead of $2.83 a watt, it was costing $1.50. Here I'm talking about $1. It's, and if you can buy the power, and they basically then own the system, they put it on your building, they're responsible for its maintenance, they're responsible for its cleaning, and you're paying them for electricity. It's a fixed price for the next 20 years. Whereas if the cost of power goes up by the power company, okay, you're even better off.
So Bert, is there
Because-
somebody from Tesla who would come down and talk to us about this?
Well, I'm saying somebody ought to contact them and pursue this.
We've discussed the issue with Tesla on quite a few occasions. They were the company that provided us information regarding the microgrid
Is your mic, oh, yes.
between Clubhouse 2 and Clubhouse 7 in here. I have reached out to them regarding this. The $1 that you're referring to is if you had tax rebates. Since you don't pay any taxes, you wouldn't have any rebates.
All right, GRF does have tax rebates.
What's that?
Not, right?
No, I
We
don't
pay
believe-
taxes. No? Oh, I think we do. Not a large amount, but we pay taxes.
But it's, yeah.
You might fall under a grant. You might, you know,
Well-
are they offering for certain communities? Did you ask them if certain communities they would grant it or whatever else they call
I don't buy, usually typical grants are coming through utilities, the government. This is primarily a private company.
I think we should ask Tesla to come in and put on the dog and pony show for us.
Well, what I had hoped to do is from Solar Optima, Gene,
Oken.
he was, yeah, I was hoping that he would come in today, and he's in Honolulu, putting in a microgrid, which uses a diesel.
I feel sorry.
So he is agreeable that when he gets back from Honolulu, that he would come and make a presentation.
But the thing right now is he won't know what Tesla knows as far as what it would cost and what have you. And the thing right now is I think this, because there's also another little situation that I think you sent me an email on, whereby Tesla will do individual homes, okay? And there may be a lot of people that may be interested in doing it because it may cost them absolutely nothing.
Right.
Okay? So that might be something you want to also be addressing, okay, as for alterations within the manors.
Might be a good idea. My water bill is very high, means the hot water.
So, I mean, this is something that we should probably look at for this year, and maybe we can get Tesla in here, or I think Tesla plus Gene Oakham or whatever, to basically come in and put on a dog and pony show for us and for the boards, and we can have all the boards sitting in on this room, okay?
So
You
who's
just-
going to ask them?
You just said a word that made me think. Bunny's got these research groups going. Maybe we can call this the research group, because then it wouldn't have to follow under GRF bylaws. But
That's what this is gonna turn into,
Yeah.
quote-unquote, research.
is that okay?
Yeah.
That'll
Yeah,
satisfy.
but the thing right now is, what I'm saying is, okay, but we may want to just extend that knowledge to all the people on the boards if they have an interest. I mean, there may be people on the board say, "Pff, I don't care about that, okay? But at least you open the invitation up, you come up with a, whatever, a time period where they may be available. It's either one of you guys do it, or you ask us to basically call them up, okay? And give us a phone number, okay? And find out if they're interested. I've done enough phone calling on my own, to be perfectly honest, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, one of the things to be interested in, maybe we can ask finance, how much GRF is paying in taxes? Because we are not totally tax-free. We pay taxes. We're not paying the amount of taxes that we used to pay.
That's a question for the finance.
Yeah.
It's not a question for us. It's a question
Well,
for
it's a
finance.
question that if you're going to be working on this, you got to know, right?
We don't even know what this is until they come in and present what they have. You know, I've sat
That's
through
correct.
a lot of meetings with these people who sell stuff and make a lot of promises. I mean, all
agree.
you can do is listen to what they have to
That's
say.
right. That's
And
correct.
use your
Agreed.
best judgment, so.
And then ask them the right questions so that they basically put them on the spot.
Right, so before you go down any road, it's just bring them in to present,
That's
whatever they need to
exactly correct.
present.
I think we'd want to do more of that.
Who wants to take care of that? You? Why don't you just do it?
Well, the contact has been made with, right? Tesla, you made the contact?
At your direction, I'll try my best to set up a meeting. Tesla has in the past said that our energy consumption is too small for them to deal with us directly. When I got the microgrid quotes completed, it was through their channel partner.
Between this and Clubhouse
Basically, they
7,
pass
we're
off
not,
the
we're
smaller.
not, what's our energy consumption between here and Clubhouse 7?
Just off the top of my head, actually, it was on Chris's report. But this building is somewhere around 180,000 a year, and Clubhouse 7,
Well, I understand they're offering homeowners, quote unquote, okay, this particular service. So if they're saying that this building or what have you is not big enough, okay, then maybe we have to go away from the industrial group and go down to the homeowner group, okay? I don't know. I mean, somebody in Tesla is offering this, and maybe they're just full of BS, okay, but I'd at least like to see whether or not they are full of BS.
Community level.
at your direction, I will
Okay.
contact them and try to set up an
Motion or just
appointment.
consensus?
I think it's a bit expensive.
Does anyone object?
No, it's not the objection. I think it's more expensive than we are paying
Well,
at
let's,
home.
we're just asking for consensus.
Right now, we're just getting
for them to
information.
contact.
Okay.
I don't know.
So it says 240 kilowatts at $1 a kilowatt. Correct?
We paid $2.83 for the solar we got.
Over here?
For what? Yeah. For the 12 buildings that we got. We paid $2.83 a watt.
But there was,
And now they're talking $1.
but then there was the option whereby we don't pay anything, and we are just paying.
That's right, just paying 9.9 cents.
Exactly, against 18. I mean, there are options. All I'm saying is there are
Right.
options.
The HOAs don't have any taxing because they're nonprofits, so they're not going to get any break on the, they're not going to get
The
any.
HOAs do not get, but GRF
But
does pay
GRF
taxes.
Can't we just have them come in and talk to us? That's not gonna cost us anything.
No,
That's right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Talk
So-
is cheap.
Mike,
what I said.
back to my question earlier, who's going to contact Tesla, have them come in and talk to this group?
Well,
You're
that's
going to
what-
do that, okay.
Chris,
Yeah.
that's what I
Then
said.
We're done. That's
Okay.
So
the
the
conversation.
direction is to request that they come in for the next VETF.
You've got a speaker, Bert, but then
Yes.
I wanted to say something.
Will you ask them for both
asleep.
the presentations, one for the HOA and also one for the individual homeowners?
Right.
It's likely two different representatives.
Yes, they
But
are.
it doesn't sound,
But
GRF
out of
wants
line.
the commercial.
Yes, for the GRF portion, but the presentation can be done to the individual homeowners too?
Yes.
Yeah.
So can we do that at the same time or two
Might have to
separate?
send two people, he said.
At
Well,
two
that's fine.
separate times also
Ask-
is better.
Ask him to do it.
Yeah.
And
All I can say is
expect-
no.
And Solar Optimum will come in, I'll arrange for that.
Okay.
I'm thinking of actually having,
Contact person to get
If
back
it's,
to-
if
because
it's
you're-
something like what you said, probably it would be very interesting
Yeah.
for more people.
yeah.
Okay.
I think Dick
Someone-
Rader wants to say something.
Bert, you gotta-
Yes, Dick?
Oh, I have a sort of a question. As I understand it, we have a certain amount of electrical capacity, right? So the more people who put in individual EV charging stations, let's say in their garages if they have one, that's drawing down on that capacity for the rest of the community. Is that correct? Am I
Not
correct?
necessarily.
No. it's the
No?
neighborhood, yeah.
Let me,
Yeah,
I mean,
explain that.
I have a 100 amp panel.
Okay,
I got 2 pluggable electric vehicles. I mean, I got 2 refrigerators, I got heating, air
Stop
conditioning.
bragging.
I mean, you know,
I'm kidding you.
okay? I have not had any electrical shortage.
I'm not asking about you. What I'm saying is, I don't know if this is of concern. I'll tell you what my ultimate concern is. If there's a total amount of electricity capacity available, and only certain people can put in these EV charging stations, my assumption, maybe I'm wrong, is that the people in the carports are going to have more difficulty in doing that than the people with their garages. So if the people in the garages get the unfair advantage of being able to do it, and it decreases the total amount of electrical capacity available for the rest of the community, there's a little bit of unfairness there.
No, the thing right now
Help
is
me
those,
out.
those carports get from, they get fed from transformers, okay? And those transformers are for that particular area. Plus the conductors that go into those, okay, can carry only so much load, okay?
Right.
It's all local, okay? There's plenty of electricity to go around. It's just to be able to get it to that location from that transformer or from wherever, okay? And he happens to be off a transformer that has 100 amp service for his house. The carports right now, it's not your house that's providing that particular thing. It's another transformer with another meter someplace else that's providing power
I
to that
see.
carport.
Okay, so it's localized. I got it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Before you switch to a new subject, you shut off the discussion with Edison too quickly, but it caused me to go back and find this file, and I found it in my file. It's an 8-page report, a staff report, from titled "The Southern California Edison Emergency Outage Communication Procedure." And I'm wondering, and it talks about responsibilities by the recipients, and notification of residents, all kinds of stuff. It's an 8-page report. I wonder if we shouldn't ask staff to update this. It's dated July 17, 2018.
We could put it in the newsletter again, taking that information that, you know, reminding people they are responsible to take care of themselves in an emergency.
Well, the point is that
Yeah.
I heard some things that may have changed since this was created. This is almost 2 years old now, what Edison is supposed to do and how we handle outages. So shouldn't we consider having this?
I'd love a copy of that.
What's that?
I'd love a copy of that.
Yes, and
Yeah, well, okay, but considering the fact that it exists, why can't, and I'm sure you can find it in your file, why can't we ask them to update it?
What was the date?
Who wrote the report?
What department?
It should be in the back. Who wrote-
MNC on the back.
Last page.
Who signed it?
Well, here.
Sometimes it's right on the front that says it's where it was generated from.
I know, prepared by who? Who prepared the report?
Prepared by
This is,
Siobhan.
Reviewed by Chuck Holland.
there you go.
It's
That's-
a
that's who
financial
needs to
an-
update
But that's a
their report.
financial analysis report according to that.
So are they asking
Financial
you,
analysis.
Judith, to go back to Chuck Holland and have it?
Well, or go to Siobhan and ask her where she got her data. We need to find out who gave her data to come up with that and relate it to the finance.
Why don't you give it to Judith and make a copy and give it to us?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay,
Current
19,
cleaning method.
discuss current cleaning method for solar panels. Chris, you filled me in on that, but I think the rest of the people ought to.
Sure, thank you. Director Randazzo and I have had tremendous amounts of fun with this particular topic between JCI and Phoenix about how to squeegee or sponge off a solar panel. The current protocol, I'm going to read it actually, so I don't mess it up. Rinse the panels, wash the panels. They're using a sponge, then they rinse them again, and then they allow them to air dry. They have noted that it takes about 30 seconds, minute or so, for the panels to air dry.
Whose water are they using?
They're using the community water.
Recycle?
No.
Tap water.
It's the tap water.
Not
They
filtered.
will, on their hose, they do have a little sprayer container, like a Miracle Grow situation, and it does contain white vinegar. And it just helps out a little bit with breaking up some of the studs. We've explored other solutions. It doesn't seem like it's worth the money. Phoenix has combined with their team 100 years of experience, and they're not recommending it, so why spend the money if we don't need it?
Even though JCI keeps saying that you need to use deionized water, which I've taken issue with on numerous occasions with various correspondents. They use this vinegar, Phoenix uses this vinegar water, and they said they use microfiber brush or something. Didn't they say that? Microfiber or something.
A soft microfiber brush
Right.
and standard commercial grade hose.
Exactly. That's what I told JCI that we're doing.
Right, and the vinegar is good because it breaks up deposits, doesn't allow deposits to.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think scientifically it seems correct. Okay, just using deionized water doesn't break down deposits because we have an accumulation of crap from fires and what have you that comes down onto those panels, especially when you're sitting at 2 degrees, almost flat for United.
Okay.
So what recommendation are we going to make to Third and United regarding this?
Well, I did a little research, okay? I know Chris is aware of this. There is a company that produces a soiling station.
What station?
It's called a soiling station. Basically what it is, it's 2 small panels. They have, using distilled waters. What they're able to do is, it sits adjacent to your regular solar. And it's measuring the efficiency of generation of the panels based upon residue that's coming down. It's assumed that the residue on the soiling station is equivalent to the residue going on your panels. Okay, and it's plotting it and mapping it. And it's it is determining, okay, where the crossover point is between the cost it's going to make you to clean the panels versus the cost of energy loss. Okay? And it basically says when you cross, that says have your panels cleaned. And I think, Chris, you got a price on this, didn't you? I think it was
We are looking
$3,500.
at, I don't believe I have a price for the soiling station. We have explored almost every option imaginable in regards to improving the solar between brushes. We contacted Rain-X to see if they had a solution that would make materials fall off. We contacted the solar panel manufacturer. We've been to the conventions, read the magazines, talk to Phoenix. This particular item it's another tool. Whether or not how well it works, is it worth the money? We could reach out to Phoenix, and that would probably be, I would probably reach out to Phoenix and see what their opinion is, just because they have so much expertise.
The point being that we may be, well, the timing that we're washing our panels may be inappropriate, okay? And this is a criteria that says, we'll tell you when you need to. Because when it rains, that's terrific, okay? Nice, we get a free cleaning. So when are we cleaning the panels? Now?
Twice a year?
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
The last I heard was May and October, but
There isn't a set date.
Okay.
There's not going to be a mathematical formula that I can put together
Right.
that's going to tell you the exact perfect. I'm going to try my best. We use quite a few different sources between, visual inspections, productivity, comments from Phoenix. But at the end of the day, has anyone ever washed their car and then 2 days later it rains?
That's what this is trying to say, you don't have to. Okay.
It's, if we spend $2,000 getting washed on a Monday, and then it rains for 6 days, that wasn't the best
That's
use
more
of
feasible.
2,000. Yes.
But generally here, we know that we have a rainy season and we have a dry season.
We do have that, and as Bill Walsh said, I'd be really kind of crunching the numbers around, March, April, because you really want to make sure those panels are in great shape. If you look at the solar production, we really have some terrific months. For example, let's see, July, about 118,000 kilowatts in just United, while in November, you're only about 45,000. So, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It just seems like to me, it seems like a nice idea, but the thing right now is I don't think it really would be cost, the cost I don't think would really, not for what we are doing right now, because especially in United, we got all these solar panels all over the place. We have every laundry room or what have you, okay, is a solar panel, okay? We're gonna put one in each of those locations.
Well, that's a question.
And then we're gonna do it twice a year, and the expense for doing that is substantial, okay, so, I don't know.
well, is there a recommendation that this group wants to send off to the M&Cs at Third and United for cleaning these? I mean, is there a change, or do you want to do it once a year, or do you, or is there something that we can send onto the HOAs about cleaning their panels?
And at this time, I wouldn't make any recommendations. It's nice to have baseline data. Keep things the same for a while. If we keep making changes, it's harder to see the results, especially with solar. It's not like a battery that's always going to be a perfect amount of volts. You're gonna have months that are up, months that are down, and then we don't get the irradiance data for 2 years, so I can't double check. That was the challenge with Bert's, productivity report versus.
Yeah, but Chris, that if we get JCI as the O&M contractor, okay, they only have to do it once a year, and magically they remain clean for a whole year until they come back the next time, or so they said.
So your recommendation is to make no changes to what's going on right now?
No, yeah, absolutely. That would keep everything the same. I think Carl is joking a little bit with us about JCI's. Many of their comments are completely unreasonable. So.
Are we talking about just resident-owned, or are we talking about just what either mutuals or GRF owns on solar?
Well, right now it'd be Third.
Third.
GRF doesn't have any
Okay.
solar panels.
And JCI is supposed to be taking care of that with that deal they made? No?
No, not JCI.
No, JCI.
Who's supposed to be, okay, so
Phoenix.
this is just a third issue?
Phoenix is doing it.
United's
Okay.
panels are being done by Phoenix Renewable Solar.
Because what I was getting to is we can always put, advice for solar cleaning, self-care or something panels in the newsletters in the Breeze. Because right now, we're coming up with a magazine that's going to go to every single manor. Yeah, I don't know how cost-effective that's going to be. But
How often do you clean your panels, Bill?
I've had them 5 years now, and I haven't cleaned them once.
Neither have I.
My production stays pretty, I looked at the 5 years of data, and it does vary, but it's mainly because of the sunlight hours.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
So the dirt that's on those panels, and I've looked at them, they're dirty. I mean, they're not pristine. I probably should have them cleaned, but the point is, if it does rain, like it rains hard, it cleans them off a little bit, but they're not totally clean. The worst thing you can do for the panels is use regular tap water with all the minerals in it.
Right.
And so I just, instead of doing that, if I do it someday, I'm going to have somebody come in with distilled water and clean them.
Well, that's why they use the vinegar, and that's what I was trying to point out before.
Right.
You know, that you use vinegar to clean out your appliances.
Correct, sure.
Takes all the calcium, gets rid of it. That's why they use the
What was the
vinegar.
recommended percentage? Vinegar per water, or if you put it in like one of those cups, like you said, to use to,
Like lawn sprayer, your lawn
Yeah.
sprayer, we had a little bottle on the end of it.
Right,
You
would
pulled up
that
the-
properly
Pulled up
dilute
the
it?
liquid fertilizer and you sprayed.
it has an adjuster
right.
on it, so we could put some suggestions in the newspaper if that's a big, but we shouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, that's for anybody in the community.
But I'm not
this
going to
way.
get on my roof to clean my own panels. I'm
Okay.
just getting too old. I'm going to have somebody that's, 18 years old come up there and clean them right, I'm not going to get on a ladder to go clean
Okay.
my own panel.
The other thing I did in research is I found out, there are several robot cleaners that are available. Some are dry and some are wet.
Mhm.
So, again, it's
But the-
something that, I don't know what the economics are, although they look like some of these robots were very inexpensive.
So
They
are we
started like
making,
at $800.
I'm back to it. Are we making any recommendations to Third or United about cleaning their panels or just letting Phoenix go on, the way they're doing it?
I think we should just keep Phoenix doing what they're doing right now.
Okay.
Twice a year, okay, and I was making a joke where JCI did say that they would do our O&M, they would do our O&M work, and they were giving us a quote. I think they provided a quote, and they only needed to do it once a year, magically. It's just once a year because, and that was it. So they made some.
So United's dealing in magic now, right?
It is somewhat magical, I believe.
We're going to pay these guys overtime too.
Where is United now with regard to JCI?
They required us to do it twice a year, it's a contract, right?
No, the contract said only once a year. We went twice a year because we felt that the panels were not really cleaned once a year, okay? There were issues, especially being almost flat.
Yeah.
And right now, we are in a letter writing campaign with JCI whereby I'm asking them for the loss of the panel's capacity, okay, for 15 years, which is the guarantee that we have for the panels, 15-year guarantee. So I'm asking them for 15 years times approximately $10,000 to $12,000, which somebody calculated. That's what I'm asking them for. And they've already come back and said they're not going to do that, so I've already contacted them and.
But my understanding is not just cleaning panels. Somebody should be looking at the infrastructure.
That
Isn't
whole
that part
thing
of the
is in there.
contract? It's just not cleaning. They're looking at the inverters. They're looking at, to see if there's any other issues with the panels when they go up there and wash them. Is somebody inspecting them?
No, the thing right now is with JCI, okay, they designed it with a fatal flaw. It's at 2 degrees, it's sitting against a corrugated roof, which is only 10 feet off of the ground, so the heat irradiates and
Sure.
basically heats up the panels, so there's that. They're at 2 degrees, which the manufacturer says they should always be at 10 degrees. And the other thing is the fact that because they are almost flat,
No
they
airflow.
accumulate dirt on them,
There's no airflow.
and there's no airflow underneath it.
Right.
There's a fatal flaw. There's 3 major issues that cause a fatal flaw for those, and they won't agree to that. So we're
Gotcha.
still writing letters. In fact, the latest letter I just sent out to Jeff Beaumont and to Brian, he saw my latest rebuttal, and that's going to go out here pretty soon once I get everybody to buy into it.
Well, with the statistics with the production that we're seeing out of Third from Phoenix, and you can get the same data, at some point, you could probably see if the cleaning is significantly impacting what the production is. I mean, if you cleaned them in July, or you cleaned them in June, you cleaned them mid-month, you could make, real quickly, you could go, pretty much, if you've got that many sun days, you could look at the sun and you could say, well, before cleaning, they were producing this many kilowatts a day. After cleaning, and you could do it in a short time period just to see if it's having an impact.
But you guys basically are at a higher elevation. You're not flat up against the corrugated roof, which causes the heat to cause resistance in the lines and in the panels. And
got a white roof.
And those 10 degrees, and a white roof, okay, which is also helps, okay, and then that 10 degrees, I think you guys are at 10 degrees, I believe, is what the manufacturer recommends, okay, and with that, anytime it rains, everything
Gets washed.
gets washed off.
I've-
Not on a 2-degree panel.
Yeah, my panels are flat on my roof, so that's a whole different issue. I understand.
But your roof is pitched?
I have a flat roof,
Flat?
and they're flat on the roof, and the reason I did it is because they would make an eyesore for my neighbors.
Oh, okay, so you got.
You
some,
can't, you can walk up, most people don't even know I have solar on my roof. If I'd wanted to do it more efficiently, I would have put them at an angle, but they look like an eyesore. So,
Now, does your solar panels cover your entire use of electricity?
no, I'm gonna go 17 panels, it doesn't cover the whole area. Just, it doesn't matter, we don't get into discussing mine, I was just mentioning that I have flat panels.
Yeah.
We should move on. We don't wanna
Mr.
go
Chair,
back.
if I may, I was going to that point. We have until 4 o'clock, and it looks like we're no longer.
We're almost there.
now.
Yeah.
They turned us off, just so you know, we're no
Right,
longer.
we've,
That's fine.
we've done items 19 and 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on 21. Actually, we discussed 21, I think, pretty well.
Yeah.
The fact is that there's no single solution, at least the third. I think third is the one that has the problem. Okay? It has different buildings, different carports, different problems associated with
Right.
trying to upgrade the carports.
Yeah, and it goes back to that meeting, the meeting that third should start, it may be 2 or 3 meetings, but discuss how they want to go forward,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah. And EV
Probably,
charging,
it would probably be a good idea if you're going to do that. You have somebody on staff, certainly Roger, I think, is well familiar with the panels for the garden villas, to know whether or not we would get into a problem if we decided that what we could do is provide a conduit from the panel for each individual manor. Okay, and then when the time comes, somebody has a car and he wants to have 240 volts, we would charge them for connection, for pulling the line, and for the outlet.
I believe we have explored that and got some initial estimates. Ernesto did not disclose them at the last third M&C meeting. They were so astronomically high that it was unreasonable. I haven't seen the details. but
Put in a conduit and,
It's complicated. You have to upgrade the panel, then you have to upgrade the conduit from the panel back to the transformer. It was an amazing amount of chain reaction of things that need to get replaced, and
That's-
it simply was just not an option.
and that's what we wanted to know. I mean, that's one of those things that third's going to have to sit down and talk to Tech or somebody about, if it's Ernesto, and say, what is the impact of upgrading the panels? What is the impact, you know, on
I-
adding more circuits after you upgrade the panels?
I believe at the third M&C, the direction was for TEC to be on hold, and that for staff to research solutions for community EV charging in Third Mutual.
But it's.
It's just easier to do
Right.
it that way.
And, yeah, okay, but it's, if you're gonna throw it in staff's lap, and then, that's fine. I mean, it's the question of whether you want it in, you know, what does Third Mutual want with its infrastructure? And it may want these things, but what's the impact of getting the things they want? And who does it involve? Does it involve Edison? You know, does it not involve Edison? If it involves Edison, what does that mean? And just go right down the line, because it's a whole system from one end to the other, and you know, that's what, you know, that would be my recommendation, go back and find out what you want.
Correct.
And then, it sounds to me like Ernesto's already started to research that.
We have never stopped researching
You got
EV
it, okay.
charging.
Right, so you might want an update from Ernesto on about all of the pieces of that infrastructure, from the transformer all the way to the electrical outlet in the garage. And what's at stake there? What's it gonna cost you?
It's not only the garage. I keep saying this because only part of the community has garages or underground parking.
A third, actually.
I'm talking about underground parking.
Yeah, so that's what
Or
I'm,
the carports. You're talking about 81 different three-story buildings.
correct. But 80, out of the 81, only 53 are of one type that
That's right.
has underground
And
parking.
28 are the other.
28 is just like the regular others. We have carports for those buildings. So
That's
the problem is not simple, cut out one thing fits all.
It's not.
It's a very complex thing.
That's right, and that's
Yes.
what you gotta sit down. Do you want to tackle this complex thing?
We do, but it's got to be, it's going to cost a whole big wad of money.
Well, hold it. Have you detailed what the cost is gonna be for every component in that whole
Not yet,
system?
not yet. But
That's
this
what I'm
is
saying.
just like a month-old problem. I mean, month-old since we heard from tech. It's just, I don't even know the exact date. It's probably here somewhere.
Right, but the
So-
point is that I think have you gone to staff and said, this is what we want?
January 6th. Today is what?
I mean, here's a lady that came, she's willing to spend money.
She wants us to spend money, but
No,
do
no,
we
she's
have-
willing to spend money also.
Who?
She made that clear. She'd want to spend money to get charging. Okay? I think anybody within a three-story building, okay, understands that he goes out and spends $35,000 to $40,000 on an electric vehicle. If you tell him that, well, to hook up, it's gonna be another $500 for you, that may be a bargain.
If
And
it's
he's willing to
500,
spend the
I'm sure
$500.
there would be, but this is going to be more than 500.
Well, that's the question.
They're gonna run conduit and they need to run cable over to that particular location.
Right, so-
And then they need to go from the meter, from the panel, and they
The
have to
conduit
make-
can be a shared conduit for six parking spots.
Yeah, that's true. The shared conduit thing right now is, okay, she's gonna pay for it all if nobody else wanna share it.
But if,
Just-
and I'm saying is my own point is that, you have to state what you want. And then you gotta go to somebody, how do you get there? And how are you gonna get there? And then if it involves SCE, and it involves panels, and it involves running conduit, then you need to know that. And then from there, you can say, well, let's come up with a plan. How are we gonna address this?
Well, the thing right now is, I think that SCE is only involved with the transformer and the conductors over to the meter and the panel. That's
Right.
it.
That's it.
After that, it's all on us.
That's correct. But you start adding conduits and new panels and everything else without consulting Edison, and all of a sudden, you're getting more voltage in there than you need. You're getting, you're asking for more voltage and amperage from the transformer that can't produce it. And you've gone and spent all this money on this infrastructure.
Well, I understand that, but the thing right now is, what I'm saying is, I was told here, okay, a couple minutes ago, or from you, okay, that we got told that Edison would upgrade all of the transformers.
That's
So
right.
if they're upgraded, then they'll have the capacity needed to provide the electricity and the amperage that they
But
need.
they're not gonna do it unless you can show them you got load.
I
you
understand
need.
that.
Yeah,
It's,
but the-
as Chris said, it's complicated.
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that all I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to hear that if we push this back to the third's got to come up with what they want. And then
Totally
you can
agree.
tell them what it's going to cost you.
I totally agree.
You can't just start saying it's going to cost you this to put this and this to put this, without somebody telling you what they want, what they need is more the word, what they need. What do you need in these three-story buildings? Do you only need to replace the panels because with like for like?
Or do you have to add a sub-panel?
Yeah, or are you gonna use sub-panels? What are you gonna do? And you ask these guys to go come up with a solution if you can't tell them what your needs are. And that's all I'm saying.
I think the thing right now is, okay.
I follow you.
You come up with the big picture items where it's gonna cost you the largest amount of money. Assume a sub-panel, assume this or assume that. And then when they go drill down and they actually have somebody actually review all of the things and they find out, nope, in this case, you don't need a sub-panel, so you take that off of the estimate, okay?
That's right.
But there's a whole plan that needs to go through in order to get to that point.
That's right.
Yep.
No,
That's right.
let's go from where.
You need to figure out what it is you want, and
Did you
then
hear
what
that,
it's gonna
John?
take to get you there, and how much it's gonna cost you to get there.
John, did you hear what they said?
Yeah. And how much you want to,
You're the engineer head.
yeah.
And I don't know,
Thank
if you know, that's what I, I don't, that's what I keep waiting for,
I
find out what
understand,
you
yeah.
wanna do.
Okay.
Okay. Last item?
Yeah.
Last item?
Alternative methods of financing of the microgrid.
You can't
Okay,
use
and-
the word loan. You can't use that word in this village here.
Well, we're stupid. Right now, you can go out and get money at 3%. Okay. Which is a hell of a good price. I mean, you're not gonna see money much less expensive than now. Okay, that's number one. Number two, without even having to have money, you can still put in a microgrid. Okay? And what you do basically is you're paying the company that puts in the microgrid. They own it, they maintain it, and they charge you for the electricity.
How much do you need? Means, how big a microgrid do you need?
That's for you to determine.
Well, it's,
That's a bad.
GRF is, you guys just spent $50,000 apparently on tech,
nothing.
telling you about a microgrid. They showed you a microgrid,
Right.
and they're talking about putting it back between the two buildings here, between
For 7 and this
the
building.
7 and the administration building, the
Right.
community center.
Only for 4 to 8 hours.
And it-
If we lost power for
Right.
3 days, where are we?
Right, and
So
so,
that's a question that we have to make a determination on. Do we feel we can operate without power for 3 days?
Now,
What's the
this mic-
impact? What's the cost?
How
That's
does
right.
the microgrid get charged again? It will deplete when you use it. But how do you recharge it? By solar or by generator?
2 or 3 methods.
That's the question,
We
okay?
have multiple methods.
You got solar, you got
A generator?
diesel, generator,
Okay,
okay?
Myself.
I got a gas turbine.
okay.
so what more do you,
Hydrogen
what do you,
fuel cell?
what more do you need to know, Bert, besides what they told you in the report? What do you need to know?
What do I need to know?
Yeah, I mean, what does GRF need to know? Not you specifically, but what does GRF need to know?
Well, first of all, I think I need to know what are the requirements. Okay, and I don't have that. I don't know, somebody comes to me and says, GRF has to come to me and say, I mean, how long can I operate without power? And can I'm willing to tolerate this? What's it gonna cost me if I'm down for 2 days or 3 days? Which is becoming more of a probability if we're gonna see more and more fires. And they're now taking the position that they can cut the power off if they feel that the climate is such that it's conducive to fire.
You can't give the resident an answer.
I'm not talking the resident, I'm talking GRF.
GRF just wants you to justify any money we'd have to put up front. If
Tell
any-
me-
If any.
Well, tell me what it's gotta cost you if I'm gonna lose power for, let's say, 2 days.
But we already have a generator, don't we? Over here for the.
Yes, we do.
Huh?
Yeah, we have a generator, and it's a part of our disaster and emergency plan.
It's a diesel. They're in the
It's a
process of
diesel.
replacing it, right?
It's a diesel, not this one here. No, we're in the process of replacing the one at the service center that, for the vehicle maintenance.
That's also diesel.
And that's
Yeah.
also diesel. That's
But this
correct.
one that we have, how big a tank do we have of diesel? And how long will that generator run before
It's
it's
24 hours,
refueling?
isn't it? It's either 24 or 48 hour. I can get back to you on
Yeah,
that.
that would help.
So the more important thing is to line up a diesel service provider who will make sure that you have the diesel that you need on a timely matter. In an emergency, you bind them.
That
they
was
will-
done, I think, I heard Ernesto address that.
Because I used to run an internet company and we were termed a utility building. And we had diesel being provided to us in a special need kind of thing. So I know there is a possibility to do that.
How much do we store in the diesel? If they can get through.
Sorry?
I don't know what gallon that tank is out there. That's why I'd have to get back.
Because we store diesel across
We
the
have-
way, right? That's our-
Yeah, so if you can bring a diesel truck to fill it up, you can go for as long as you want to go. Yeah.
So that's, it's-
If you can get the diesel truck here.
If you can get the diesel truck, but, you know, if it's that bad, then we're
If the
in serious trouble.
infrastructure, like the streets and freeways are damaged, then you have a problem. but if that is not damaged, then the supply is the problem.
Right.
So if you have a supplier who can provide you with uninterrupted.
If it is a disaster, we're going to be fighting the rest of Orange County.
Correct.
That's
So,
Exactly.
but that's what I'm saying, we need to get that established, that we need this, and whoever the provider is puts you on the list that, okay, number one is the hospital, number two is the fire department, number three is EMS. So you need to be on that list that you are number 2, 3, or 4.
Understood. No, I think that, and as you brought up, I think Ernesto was working with fueling, or maybe it was Loganow, somebody was working with that, but,
Okay.
consider and keep in mind, if the event is so strong, let's say we have an earthquake, we have conduit going from the generator over to here. If that's
If that
damaged,
breaks.
then you still, it's a moot point, to have fuel or not.
I have to say, Kush, if we have a big enough disaster, we're going to be taken over by Orange County Health anyway. We have partnered with them. They're going to come in, they're going to take over our buildings, and they're higher up on the food chain to get that supply.
Okay.
So through them, they will get supplies, maybe even bring their own generators for the clubhouses that they are taking over to work out of. So the disaster team isn't worried about that at all. Because FEMA, and then that's why we upgraded our disaster plan, because now we're insured with FEMA, and Orange County Health comes in and takes over, and the Red Cross, and they're going to take care of all that.
So we don't need to worry about it, we already discussed it all, so
Right.
let's move on to the next item, if there is any.
Next
Anything you
item.
want to add to that?
But
Please,
I-
in our disaster meeting.
But I think one of the things that I heard when we first started talking about microgrids is that it's not necessarily just an emergency event.
Right.
That in fact, it works for you 365, 724, producing electricity. And so all of a sudden, you're producing electricity for this building and Clubhouse 7. And again, you're reducing your energy cost.
Correct.
But, that's something for GRF, if they want to spend the money on that, it's for them to.
That's a
You're gonna have to
different
talk, you're gonna have to talk about it,
Yeah.
I
Just
don't know what
to
else to say.
point out,
Bunny's just trying to get caught up right now because she was saying so many things at once. Everybody wants this and wants that. And she's, been overwhelmed with the priorities. And then staff has their priorities and 30 has their priorities. And, residents that are barely over here have their priorities and she's getting beat to death.
I absolutely agree with you, Judith, and and that's, that's why I'm sitting here all afternoon, looking over at Third and saying, if you want to deal with your electric infrastructure in those 3-story buildings, then go for it. If it's not a high priority to you, I certainly can't make you go do it. You asked me, what I thought, so.
You're right.
You got to, everybody that represents a board here has to go back to their board and say, we think this, we discussed it, we beat it to death, and then you prioritize it. I agree with you, absolutely.
Okay, next, is that it?
That's it.
Could I make a quick comment?
Mr. Raider is here.
Yeah, it occurred to me when you were discussing what happens when electricity goes out and people have medical devices. If that happened to me, what would I do? I'd probably call 911 or run over to the hospital. So have you spoken to the hospital? Do they have any plans for what's going to happen in the community? And maybe they would have some insight or participation?
They're going to have a huge demand because
Right, exactly. So, and the other point I want to ask is, it's very honorable that we're talking about microgrids and all these things. That's very good. I'm just wondering, what are other communities doing? Are we going overboard? I mean,
Other
are other
communities-
cities doing these things?
yes, they are. If you read, there's a lot of microgrids going in, a lot.
Yeah. I'm an employee of Saddleback Hospital, so I can tell you, they've got it covered. They're in for themselves first. They're going to take care of that hospital first.
Right.
And they're going to be very limited. They'll go into triage mode.
Right.
Anyone coming in is going to be triaged to either go home or go to another place because they're not going to be able to take care of the whole community. But I'm sure they've also partnered with FEMA and the Red Cross. So we have their little drills all the time. But, yeah, they can't be just looking at this Laguna Woods. You know, they will justly triage person by person, but they're not going to be sending out ambulances. If it's a real emergency, ambulances are rarely going to be moving depending on the streets. That's why we need so many good neighbor captains. 'cause-
No, but I'm talking
yeah.
about, for example, kidney dialysis, and you don't have electricity. So I assume that they're going to go over to the hospital or the fire station, see, can you help me?
Well, if you remember
So-
last year, the 1989 earthquake in San Francisco, in the Marina District, the gas lines burst, and they had fires. So the first thing that's gonna probably happen here in a very severe earthquake is the gas line's gonna break. You know, and you're gonna be putting out, hopefully they stop, somebody can shut off the gas. You know? Who knows?
Hopefully they
None of us
have,
to face that.
hopefully they have cutoffs.
The thing right now, we didn't discuss the items for future agenda, and one of the things we discussed here was the fact that we hadn't decided what next steps for TEC. We should add that for United and the Third.
I believe Third already made a decision in their M&C.
Okay.
To put them on hold. In terms of GRF, both Task 1 and Task 2 have been completed.
Correct.
In terms of United, they are scheduled to come for the February 26th meeting, per your request to receive new direction on which path you'd like them to go. We currently do not have a contract with them, and I just spoke with them today. I go, well, let's wait until they decide what way they want to go, and then you could provide a...
We don't have a contract with TEC?
Well, it expired.
Oh, it
Just-
expired?
yeah,
But
before
we
we-
still had money on the table.
Oh, yeah, yeah, of course. The money is still there.
You said the 26th, for this next meeting?
February.
Oh, 'cause I had-
February
March
26th.
4th.
No,
So that's
for United M&C.
Oh, okay. United.
February 26th, it's a long ways off.
So, well, whatever direction you point them in, Third Mutual decided not to point them in any direction and focus more on staff. And it's up to you.
Okay,
Okay, so,
okay.
okay, we are adjourned. I guess we go around and find out if anybody wants to make any comment.
I have nothing to add except for to say thanks, Chris and Guy and Lori, for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Bert, thank you for your service as chair.
Thank you.
Well, I just have a request, if I could get the charter for this group, and I'd like to get a copy of the TEC reports and maybe even the proposal, so I know what they're supposed to be working against.
I can email that to you.
Okay, thank you.